Love horse racing? HPIBet.com is Canada's leader in online horse betting. Access thousands of live races from hundreds of tracks worldwide instantly. Enjoy the most advanced betting tools like AI Smart Picks and exclusive cashback rewards you won't get anywhere else. Join today and get up to $100 in free bets. Get the ultimate horse betting experience with HPIBet.com.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
The first of two qualifiers. Set of 2-year-olds. Starting gate taking them around the track that one time, then they're off to the races. The 2-year-olds line up: D.A. Stella, Norris Rogers, St. Patrick's Morn, Robbie Chappell, Whiskey in the Jar, Mark Campbell. Roll With It Judy has Miles Heffernan Sr. and A Little Zesty, Joe Barrio. Two-year-old Pacers, top of the stretch. They're approaching a start. They got the green light go, and after the lead, that's Go With It Judy. Towards the rail, D.A. Stella, then the third one into the turn. St. Patrick's Morn coming fourth on the outside, A Little Zesty, and the early trailer, Whiskey in the Jar. They arrive at the first 8, and on the point, Roll With It Judy for Miles Sr. Down to a couple of lengths from the outside. That's A Little Zesty up second and going after that leader. Third is D.A. Stella. Fourth, that's St. Patrick's Morn, and trailing the field, Whiskey in the Jar, the new leader. Past that first quarter, A Little Zesty has taken over for Barrio, opening by 2, the quarter mile in 32 and 3. Second, that is Roll With It Judy. In mid-pack third, D.A. Stella. Fourth, St. Patrick's Morn, then the trailer fifth, Whiskey in the Jar. The opening half mile comes up next. And the midway point leader, A Little Zesty, now by 3 open. Racing from second, that is Roll With It Judy. Continuing third, D.A. Stella. Fourth, St. Patrick's Morn, followed by the trailer, who is Whiskey in the Jar. The opening half mile. Opening half mile went 103. 103 and 3. Going next to 3/4, A Little Zesty starts to open up. It's by 5 open. On Roll With It Judy, sent to the outside from third, D.A. Stella. St. Patrick's Morn continuing fourth, and the gapped out trailer, Whiskey in the Jar. The 3/4 went 134, so they pick it up to 30 and 2 in the third quarter with an 8th left to go. And they get set to turn for home. A Little Zesty, the leader. Coming from second towards the rail, Roll With It Judy. Now D.A. Stella picks up second late, way wide. St. Patrick's Morn on the wire. That's A Little Zesty. Second will go to D.A. Stella. Tight for third, St. Patrick's Morn. Up against Roll With It Judy. Then a Whiskey in the Jar. 2:05. Results of that first qualifier: D.A. Stella was second, St. Patrick's Morn third, Whiskey in the Jar fifth. Roll With It Judy was fourth, and A Little Zesty the winner. 32 and 3, 103 and 3, 134, and the mile 205. In review, 23541. The second qualifier lines up. She Shall Not Be Named gets Mark Campbell. The 2-horse 40 Spice is scratched. Sweet Sylvia 3, Kenny Murphy. Lucky Ticket is the lone trotter 4, Miles Heffernan Sr. La Vie en Belle's the 5 for Kyle DeRoche. And we have a 2-year-old Woodmere Mahomes from the outside for Jill Barrio. Here they come. There they go, off-end racing. La Vie en Belle, the first one out. Second is Sweet Sylvia. Along the rail, She Shall Not Be Named is the third one. Into the turn, Lucky Ticket between horses fourth, and out there 3 wide, the 2-year-old Woodmere Mahomes. Arriving up the opening 8, Sweet Sylvia and Kenny Murphy by 3 open. Second, La Vie en Belle. In mid-pack third, She Shall Not Be Named. Then fourth is the trotter Lucky Ticket, and the 2-year-old trails in the early going fifth, Woodmere Mahomes. Over to the first quarter mile on the lead. That is Sweet Sylvia, the fraction setter. La Vie en Belle will race around the turn second. The opening quarter was up in 30 and 2. She Shall Not Be Named, a racing third. Then in fourth, Lucky Ticket, and Woodmere Mahomes trails this field. Off the turn they come towards the half mile. On the point, Sweet Sylvia all alone on the lead. Racing from second, that is La Vie en Belle. She Shall Not Be Named continues third. Then in fourth, Lucky Ticket, and Woodmere Mahomes is the trailer. Into the turn off an opening half mile of 101 and 3, and continuing to lead next to the 5/8, it's Sweet Sylvia. La Vie en Belle is second. She Shall Not Be Named third. Lucky Ticket fourth, and the first one to make a move is the 2-year-old Woodmere Mahomes. The 3/4 comes next, and Sweet Sylvia's all alone on this field, getting them there. La Vie en Belle gives chase second. Racing third, She Shall Not Be Named. Woodmere Mahomes now is full of pace in the late going, followed by the trailer Lucky Ticket. 132 flat was the 3/4, and an 1/8 of a mile out. Sweet Sylvia continues to be alone on the lead, headed down the home stretch. Woodmere Mahomes has picked them off to take over second. Then the third one, La Vie en Belle. It is Sweet Sylvia for Kenny Murphy all the way. Woodmere Mahomes finishes strong for second. Lucky Ticket rallied up third. Then La Vie en Belle, and She Shall Not Be Named. 202 flat.
The
Now the results of the second qualifier. She Shall Not Be Named fifth. Sporty Spice was scratched. Sweet Sylvia the winner. Lucky Ticket third. La Vie en Belle fourth. Woodmere Mahomes second. 30 and 2. 101 and 3. 132. Mile and 202. From the top, the second qualifier goes 5 scratched, 1 3 4-2, and all horses qualified.
Can I have your attention in the ship-in area, please? The attention in the ship-in area. Vehicles, trucks, and trailers parked in that ship-in area have to be moved to the parking lot. This is a liability issue, and we've had some security detail down there, and some of those vehicles must be moved. With the crowds we're expecting this week, that is a liability issue with those trailers in there. Please have them moved. Thank you.
Matthew McLean, contact the broadcast desk, please. Matthew McLean, contact the broadcast desk.
Okay, so an audio check from Race Day Live here in Summerside. 39 minutes to go before first race post time. You have Lee Drake, Rocky Skierman, and Vance Cameron as we get set to go on this beautiful Sunday. And Rocky, we have two divisions. The Atlantic course here in Atlantic Canada, we're looking for the Governor's Plate Elimination presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. And the first one comes up in race number 8.
Yeah, the first one is Island Beach Boy and Adam Murner, Middleton Terre with David Dowling, Twin B Tough Enough, 2024 Governor's Plate winner, Jill Berrio in the bike, Tony Tootal, 4, and Miles Heffernan Sr. B2B leaves 5, Jason Hughes, my top pick in here. Roland from post 6 with Mark Campbell. Little Leroy leaves 7 with Kenny Murphy. Salzbrook Ian on the outside rounds out the field with Corey McPherson.
Okay, so let's have a look at the second elimination here presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge, and it's carted on race number 12 this afternoon, and all bets on text. And Hughes, they have the rail. Also coming up next is Save America, of course, one of the morning line favorite here on the second elimination for Ken Murphy. Like a Glove moves out from post 3 for Mark Webby, and Bounty Hunter with Kenny Arsenault leaves on post 4.
Yeah, then we have Blood Money, Jill Berrio leaving 5, Marigo Magic 6 with Adam Murner, Mickey Shan with Mark Campbell leaving 7, and in the 8 on the outside, High Voltage Deo with Corey McPherson. This is the race, Lee. I think we could see a track record fall today.
I agree with you, Rocky. We were talking about this beforehand. I just ran into Vance downstairs, and I was actually on the air earlier this week on Ocean 100 with a Governor's Plate Week interview, and that topic came up, and we have ideal conditions here this afternoon. More to come here from Race Day, live in Summerside.
Racetrack.com. Post time.
Deep stretch now. Shut the camera up.
Broadcasting live from Prince Edward Island, this is Race Day.
Welcome to Race Day in Summerside, beautiful Prince Edward Island. And for those of you who are over for the Cavendish Beach Music Festival, it was just been a perfect weekend for that. And now we have the Governor's Plate Elimination Day underway here, the Ruby Chapel eliminations as well. It's a star-studded cast here today at Summerside. And you're with Lee Drake, Rocky Skierman, and Vance Cameron getting you ready to go here on a beautiful Sunday afternoon in the mid-20s, or in around. Feels more like 26 out there, and it's one of those days you're going to have to wear your sunscreen when you're here at the track because it's going to be a hot afternoon. The wind from the southwest at 21 kilometers an hour, and well, Rocky and I and Vance were talking a little bit earlier. We think it has all the makeups of a track record, and we have a star-studded field. Let's have a look at the Governor's Plate elimination presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. Comes up on 2 races here this afternoon and 2 full 8-horse fields. Rocky, we're going with race number 8, Island Beach Boy. Leads it off the rail for Adam Murner, and then comes Middleton Terror, Twin Bee Tough Enough, last year's plate champion, and Tony Too Tall leaves from post 4 here in Summerside as we get the first half of the elimination.
Yeah, and then we have B2B, Jason Hughes, rolling with Mark Campbell, our track record holder here in the Governor's Plate elimination last season. Little Leroy and Kenny Murphy and Salzbrook Ian rounds out the field with Corey McPherson. That's in the 8th race, 12th race, Governor's Plate elimination, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge for $9,000. All bets on text. Jason Hughes on the rail. Save America, Kenny Murphy from post 2. Like a Glove is 3 with Mark Webby. Bounty Hunter from 4 with Kenny R. Snow.
Yeah, Blood Money takes out from post 5 here this afternoon with Gilles Barrio, Marigo Magic, and Adam Murner from post 6. And then you got Mickey Shan and Mark Campbell, along with High Voltage Dio from post 8. So power pack fields here this afternoon, and we're looking forward to the Ruby Chapel eliminations on the card as well. So a beautiful day for that, Rocky, as we get set to go here in Summerside.
That's right, Liam. We got the aisle pick 5, races 1 through 5 with the low 15% takeout and that $2,000 guaranteed pool. It's presented by the Prince Edward Island Harness Racing Industry Association. 2 super high 5s today in races 5 and 12. Also, don't forget about the late pick 4 with the $1,000 guaranteed pool. That's on the last 4 races here this afternoon. We got some program and equipment changes for you here today. And for all of those, let's go upstairs to the man who will call all the action. Here is Mr. Vance Cameron. Vance?
Thank you, Rocky, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the Red Shores at the Summerside Raceway for today's racing program, event number 9 of the meeting. Good news, it's a fast track. Good news, it's 22 degrees Celsius and gonna climb as the afternoon goes through. And the track condition is listed and rated by the officiating members from the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Today, the senior judge is Mr. Kent Butler. The associate judges are Mr. Robbie Shaw and Mr. Gary Devine. Now the afternoon's program and equipment changes. First change, go to race number 1. In the first race, number 3, It's All Good, going from blind to blinkers, adding a shadow roll. Turning over to race number 2, the 4 entry, Salzbrook Bolt, removing earplugs and a choke plate. Number 7, Timberly Duke, from a Swedish blind bridle to a telescopic bridle. Next change, go to race number 5. 5th race featuring the first super high 5, number 5, Molly Malone, adding a tail tie and shin boots. Number 7, Sourpuss Sarah, adding a burr head pole inside and a shadow roll. Her hobbles are going from 57.5 to 56 inches. Turning over to race number 6, the 2 entry, Broken Out of Gas, has the chart line not showing. 10th of July, Charlottetown Fast Tracks going on the rail. Finished second, was race timed in 1:55 and driven by Ryan Durage. Final change on today's program is in the 9th race. In race 9, number 5 Almanac, adding a Pelling Pacifier. That's going to wrap up the changes at this time on today's racing program. The Par Mutual windows open and selling. Race 1 post time is set for 1 o'clock. You have 24 minutes to make your first race selections.
Race Day Live continues from Summerside, Prince Edward Island. Welcome to our on-track and off-track customers. In the spirit of reconciliation, we acknowledge that the land upon which we gather is unceded Mi'kmaq territory. Abequid Mi'kmaq is covered by the historic treaties of peace and friendship. We pay our respects to the indigenous Mi'kmaq people who have occupied this island for over 12,000 years, past, present, and future. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise, if you are able, for the playing of our national anthem. to Race Day Live.
Yeah, so here we are back in Race Day Live in Summerside on this beautiful Sunday afternoon. And we have warm temperatures, fast track, and not much wind. So make sure you wear your sunblock if you're in and out outside today, getting up close to the action today. Lee Drake and Rocky Skierman with you. We're going to take you through the pregame, and we thought that when we kicked off the season, we showed you the Governor's Plate champion from last year, Twinbee Tough Enough, who's back in to go today, but so is Salisbrook Ian. And he's coming up today from in the first elimination, Rocky, and he put in a great performance in consolation, but he's got a tough post to work with today.
Yeah, he won a real big trip his last start. He was stung to the quarter in 27-3 and then cleared to the front and still just got beat by length and a quarter in 154 flat his mile in his last start. So he's, like you said, he's got a tough post to start from. But, you know, he could get there today. You never know. Anything can happen in a horse race.
Well, we're going to show you the Governor's Plate Consolation presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge, the Bob Dewar Memorial last year, Saturday, July 20th. And the track was fast. It was 24 degrees, an amazing stretch drive and finish. You'll see it in a minute. And Ian sat in the back early, going after Time to Dance, posted an opening quarter in 26-4. And we'll pick it up here at the half and show you the consolation from 2024.
That is Salisbury, and they are halfway home. Time to Dance, the midway point leader, 56-1. They were around the clubhouse turn. They're approaching the 5-8. Time to Dance at the rail, the leader. Here's Middleton Terror up to challenge. 3 in, 3 out. 3 quarters coming next. Middleton Terror on the outside, the leader. Time to Dance at the rail. Here's Malignity joining them on the outside third. Coming fourth, Salisbrook Ian getting into it. 3 quarters in 1, 25-1. 3 wide with an 1/8 of a mile left to go. Middleton Terror between horses, the leader. Time to Dance at the rail. Malignity. Salisbrook Ian is there. Blood Money way wide. Set the camera up. Salisbrook Ian. Wow, he looked like he might have got there. Blood Money, he was closing in. Wow, what a race. Picture time. 1:54.2.
So there you have it. And, you know, if you're watching along there with Salisbrook Ian, he had some traffic problems. McPherson did a really good job with him. He did dive to the inside there in the backstretch and then found that seam, Rocky, through the stretch. As you know, as a driver, they don't always open up that way. And he was able to sneak through there and get that win in an exciting fashion in 54-2.
And Blood Money won a big mile as well. He was flying on the end of it. That was a really good race, good finish.
Yeah, it was excellent. And if you look back on it, the Matheson-Barrio combination just missed, nailing both signature races on the card last year, plate and consolation. But it was Salisbury Ian back in to go here today. Top 4 from each elimination. Move on to the 57th running of the Governor's Plate presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. We'll take a break, and we're coming up 11 minutes to go. We do have the new paddock cam, understanding, in the action here today. We'll take a look at that, give it a test in live theater. There it is. Moving to Summerside, presented by Atlantic Post Calls for this week, and the paddock cam in Summerside. So you never know how it's going to look until you get it in live theater. I know you and I have been working with it in the production side of things, but we go live with it here today.
Looks really good.
From Summerside. Back with more.
And if you have a look at your in-house monitors, you'll see the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam. You're seeing that I'm going with a 659, as is Backstretch Beat with Nicholas Oakes. And the classifier's choice is 651 in today's opener in 10 minutes. And in today's opener, number 3, It's All Good, has an equipment change, goes from a blind bridle to hood with cups and adds a shadow roll.
So there's a look at our paddock judge. John Power getting things ready to go here. He'll be sending them out in just a few minutes. The Atlantic Post calls. Atlantic Post calls, I mean, obviously some great features in there. You can expect, of course, updates on our signature events with Governor's Plate and the Gold Cup and Saucer. Rocky, you have a nice feature in there each and every week where you do a lot of trips down memory lane, and it's a feature that a lot of the readers really look forward to, and I'm sure you look forward to putting together.
I do. I missed the last edition because I was just busy putting floors in my house and I just didn't have time to do it, but I look forward to doing it because it keeps the memory of people alive, right, that have raced down in years past, and I love doing it, and I have a lot of positive feedback on it. A lot of people come to me and say it's the first thing they turn to, so it makes a fella feel good.
Mm-hmm. For sure. And you're a bit of a handyman, aren't you?
Yeah, but
all right, Rocky Skirman with a 6.59, backstretch beat 6.5 9. That's Nick Oakes, and classifier's choice there along the bottom at 6.5 1. So a bit of a theme rolling here for race number 1. 8 minutes to go. We'll greet them when they leave the Summerside. Paddock Cam brought to you by Atlantic Post Calls in a few minutes.
First race on the track for the post parade, Hemingway number 1, Brett Clough driving for owner-trainer Abby Clough, Cornwall. Get Home Terry number 2, owned by Edgar Stewart and Tyler McDonald of Ellerslie, trained by Edgar Stewart, Kenny Murphy up. It's All Good 3, owned by Colleen Chappell of Port Albert and Wayne Pike of Summerside. Colleen does the conditioning, driven by Adam Murner. Maho Beach number 4, owned by Jennifer and Robert Parsons of North Wiltshire. Carl DeRoche trains and drives. 5 Jester, owned and trained by Stanley Harper Jr. of Inverness, Nova Scotia. Mark Campbell. Hamac Powerball 6, owned by Renison Racing of Truro, Nova Scotia. Aidan Farish of Summerside, trained by George Renison, David Dowling. Mockbook Pro 7, owned by Paul Conway of Bonchon, Zach Conway of Charlottetown. Paul Conway, the trainer, Zach Conway, the driver. J.J. Brienne, number 8, owned by Alan Jones of Riverview, and Norma Legier of Shediac, New Brunswick, trained by Alan Jones. Brady Sweet drives. Wild River Coyote 9, owned by Corey and Laura Walsh of Springton, trained by Nick Oakes, Norris Rogers. 4 minutes to post time. You're watching Race Day from Red Shores, Summerside. Now over to Rocky Skirman and Lee Drake at the HBI broadcast desk to kick off Governor's Plate Elimination Sunday.
Okay, thanks a lot, Vance. There we have it. The Governor's Plate race week here. The elimination's underway today, and the rest of the week, of course, Tuesday, right up to Saturday night, post time at 4 p.m. That Governor's Plate final presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. And you should also mention as well the draw for the after the eliminations are determined today, the top 4 from each one. The draw for the plate takes place on Tuesday. We have one equipment change for you. It's on the 3. It's all good. Removes the blind bridle today, adds a hood with cups and a shadow roll as we make our way out to the track to pick up some of the top contenders here for the opener. And there's a look at the 6. This is Halmac Powerball. David Dowling driving for George Renison. Had a chat to George in the race office just prior to the card today. Renison Racing Inc. of Truro and Aidan Fairs here in Summerside, the co-owners. Raised by Halmac Farms, and even with this 4th place finish in Truro, has the fastest line on the page, Rock.
Yeah, and you look at that line, he left from 7 too, so you know that's a pretty good mile. Truro on July the 6th, left from 7. Rallied up to finish 4th, just beat by 2 3/4 lengths, 157 flat, closed it out in 29 and 2, has 2 wins this season. 2 minutes and 1/5 season's best at Truro Raceway. Halmac Powerball, post 6, David Dowling in the bike. Right now your current choice at 3-2.
Well, beautiful afternoon here in Summerside. Daily double, exacta, 20-cent superfecta. We have the triactor, the guaranteed, of course, and the aisle pick 5. And you can always tag your horses with the tag your ticket with the wild horses here in Summerside as well. Those jackpots carry at $25. There's a look at Jetster there for Stanley Harper Jr., Inverness, Nova Scotia. Stanley is the trainer. Mark Campbell gets called to do the driving here today. You're matching the backstretch speed in here. This guy's has only raced here a couple of times this season. Hasn't missed the ticket with Campbell on the bike, so that could be another angle to play today.
That was the angle that I played. He could even land on the top of the ticket here. He's 13-year-old brown gelding by Jeremy's Jet. As you mentioned, Stanley Harper Jr. Inverness, the owner trainer. Mark Campbell gets the call today. Started at Charlottetown July 5th. Left from 4. Finished 6th. 159 flat, 30 and 3 on the end of it. 49 lifetime wins. Lee looking for win number 50 today. That's the 5, Jetster with Mark Campbell. He was hot in Truro Friday night. 6 wins Mark Campbell had. And right now they're 4-1.
Reminder today on that 50-50 draw, there will be a second chance draw, so hang on to your tickets for the second chance winning number. Compliments of co-sponsor Stephen Arsenault with Island Hemp.
Okay, getting set to go here for the opener here today in Summerside. Beautiful day. This is the 9, Wild River Coyote, and Norris Rogers driving for Nick Oakes. Corey and Laura Walsh of Springton have the ownership papers on this 8-year-old by Shadow Play. Going to have to work out a trip here from the 9-hole, even though it's backed here. It's a little better than the 8-hole, Rocky. And Rogers goes into the card with 994 career wins, only 6 away from that magic number of 1,000. Started his career in the early 90s, as you know.
Absolutely he did. Wild River Coyote back tier today for Norris Rogers. Last start here July 8th, just his 3rd start of the season today. Left 8, could interfere with leaving, finished 7th, 2-0-1-4. Closed it out 31-1. I think he might work out a trip from the back tier today to be part of this ticket. And right now, 8-1. Countdown clock is in for the afternoon's first of 12. Here on Governor's Plate Elimination Day. They're in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's head it upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Hemingway, Get Home Terry, It's All Good. Maho Beach, Jetster, How my Powerball, Mockbook Pro, J.J. Brienne outside. In back, Wild River Coyote. Post time. Up and pacing. Jetster gets the first call into the turn from the far outside. J.J. Brienne, she's leaving out. Third one towards the rail. That is Hemingway. Hamac Powerball comes up fourth. Then in fifth, Wild River Coyote. Get Home Terry sixth. From the outside, seventh, Mockbook Pro. In eighth, It's All Good. And the trailer ninth, Maho Beach. Along the backstretch for the first time going to the quarter, led by Jetster and Mark Campbell. J.J. Brienne is second. Third, Hemingway. Hamac Powerball. He'll find a friend to drop in fourth. That friend was Wild River Coyote, are racing fifth, and a solid beginning of 28 and 1. Jetster leading it for Campbell. Right on their back second. That's the long shot. J.J. Brienne back into third. Hemingway. Hamac Powerball is going back to the outside fourth, and Wild River Coyote following him out fifth. Then sixth is Get Home Terry. It's All Good seventh. Mockbook Pro is eighth, followed by the trailer ninth. Maho Beach 57 and 1 was the half mile. Arriving at 5/8. Jetster continuing to lead J.J. Brienne. Hamac Powerball is picked up third on the outside. Fourth at the rail. That's Hemingway. Wild River Coyote fifth. In sixth, that's Get Home Terry. It's All Good is seventh. Mockbook Pro is eighth. And the trailer, Maho Beach, they're by 3/4, opening up by 3. That is Jetster in 1:27 flat. Hamac Powerball moves into second. J.J. Brienne fading third. Wild River Coyote coming fourth. They're homeward bound, and Jetster all alone on the lead. Hamac Powerball, Wild River Coyote. It's Jetster on the line from Mark Campbell all the way. Hamac Powerball was second. Wild River Coyote will finish third. And the time for the mile, 1:56 and 1.
Okay, look at the Universal Media slow-mo for you in race number 1. The opener here today in Summerside. Jetster set off at 7-2 odds, and Campbell wanted to dictate all the terms here today. Rocky gets it done, and as you mentioned, he was going for his 50th lifetime score and gets it here today.
Yeah, 28-1, 57-1, 127. Wow, he looked like shades of the young Jetster today. His record of 55-3. He wasn't far off of that. Great shot by Universal Media here up close, and Mark Campbell winning with Jetster 156-1. Congratulations to the Connections on his 50th lifetime win. Hamac Powerball in there for second with Wild River Coyote third. It's 5-6-9. Unofficially in the opener, we're going to see Jetster and Mark Campbell in the Woodmere Standardbridge Winner's Circle next.
No need, and I mean no need, to question the track condition today here in Summerside. It's lightning fast. Jetster on his way to the Race 1 Winner's Circle. The pacing brown gelding, the 13-year-old son of Jeremy's Jet, is off the Camelot Dam, Nova Hanover. Owned and trained by Stanley Harper Jr. of Inverness, Nova Scotia. Bred by a numbered company out of Ontario. Mark Campbell had him on top at every call and guides him to his 50th lifetime victory. And he opens up the day in 156-1. Jetster for Campbell wires the opener. Now the official results from the first race: Hemingway 6, Get Home Terry 4th, It's All Good 5th, Maho Beach 9th, Jetster the race winner, Hamac Powerball 2nd, Mockbook Pro was 8th, JJ Brienne 7th, Wild River Coyote 3rd, 28-1, 57-1, 127, and the mile 156-1. In review, 645, 912, 873. Jetster paid 960 to win. The exactor 1250, the triactor 7860, and the superfecta was 3259.
Okay, welcome back to Race Day Live here in Summerside as we get set to go for race number 2. We'll be heading to the new paddock cam brought to you by Atlantic Post Calls in just a few minutes, and we'll greet the horses that are coming out there. We do have an equipment change coming up on the second as well. We'll get to that. How about you players across the country? Nice to have you tuned in today. The HPI Governor's Plate Week offer. You spend $25 or more on our product this week, and you get a 5% cash back in the Governor's Plate Week. Every card that's happening from now right through until next Saturday. To slide in the picks here for you for race number 2. You get off to a good start there as the paddock cam comes into play, and Rocky leading off with post 4 in here, which, by the way, I'll have more on it in a few minutes, is the leading post position, sending out winners so far this season.
Yeah, it's a great spot to start from. It's always been my favorite spot to start from when I was a driver. A 4.35 backstretch speed, also 4.35. The classifier's choice is 3.46, and there's a great shot of the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam. They're coming out of the paddock right now. We got an equipment change on number 4. Salzburg Bolt removes the earplugs and puts on a choke plate. Number 7 Timberley Duke goes from a Swedish blind to a telescope bridle.
Bet the Bull on the second race parade, owned by Martin Keffer of Elmwood, Ontario, trained by James Barlow. Robbie Chappell drives. 2 Starship Destiny, owned by Philip DeRoche, Vance McMillan, Leanne Moyer, and Evelette, trained by Kyle DeRoche, and Kyle drives. Woodmere Sinatra, number 3, owned by Jeff Skinner, Bob Skinner, and Danielle Hitz from Nova Scotia, now trained by Chris Davies, Mark Campbell. Salzburg Bolt of 4, owned by Renison Racing of Truro, Nova Scotia, trained by George Renison, David Dowling. 5 Wizard, owned by Kent Williams of Ellerslie, trained by Alan McDonald, Adam Murner. Hockey's Day 06, owned by Timberley Standardbreds of Alberton, Jacob Sweet, trains and drives. 7 is Timberley Duke, owned by George Raleigh of Summerside and Ian Tate of St. Andrews, Nova Scotia, trained by Joe Baxter, Kenny Murphy up. Arthur Idlam, number 8, owned by Gaston Idlam Incorporated of Bathurst, New Brunswick, trained by Greg McGinnis, Ryan DeRage. 4 minutes, 2 post time. Play the horses from Red Shores with all the information you need and more from our new player portal.
Yeah, that's a look at it right there, the player portal. We put that in action a couple of years ago. Keep adding to it, and we know our players love data, and we have all kinds of great stats in there for you, race replays or post positions, you name it, you can get it there. And all you have to do is go to Redshores.ca, that's our world headquarters, and click on the player portal for more information. There he is, your top choice, 7 to 5 right now. This is the 4, Salzburg Bolt coming into action here. David Dowling teaming up with George Renison again, the trainer in Renison Racing Inc. out of Truro, Nova Scotia, and took his lifetime mark 57-4 right here in Summerside. Post position 4 and 2 send out the most winners here at Summerside Rockies. We kick off the week, 18 winners from 114 starts. That's a 15.8 win percentage with data from Standardbred Canada. And by the way, I should also mention, did a great job as a guest analyst Friday night.
Thank you.
In Truro.
Yeah, it was a new experience for me, working out of my basement karaoke room. But anyway, Salzburg Bolt raced here on July the 1st. Backed here from post 9. Got tortured a little bit. He moved first over. Still finished 6th. Race time 1:57.3, 29-4 on the end of it. But 8 starts and 5 of those in the top 3 with 2 wins. If you look 3 back, took a record here 1:57.4 from post 5, wire to wire. 30-2 on the end of it. David Dowling was in the bike, and he's leaving 4 today. Salzburg Bolt with David Dowling, 7 to 5.
So under a minute to go here for race number 2. On this Sunday afternoon in Summerside, it's Plate Elimination Day, Ruby Chapel Elimination Day. And there's a look at Mark Campbell back in action here with Woodmere Sinatra, and here for Chris Davies, a new trainer on this 4-year-old by Roll With It Harry, for Jeff Skinner and Robbie Skinner and Danielle Hiltz out of Nova Scotia. And Campbell could go back-to-back here. This guy could be on top of your ticket as well, as that 55-3 charted mile sort of stands out in the page too.
Yeah, and you see the classifier's got him picked to win here. You know, there's not really a better classifier than him. I mean, the handicapper than him. You know, he does a great job of handicapping horses.
Gerard
Smith.
Absolutely. Well, he's been around for a long time, and
yeah, he does.
You know, he knows these fields, and week in and week out does a great job. Kathy and Tara, and of course Gerard, putting together these power pack fields.
And Woodbeer Sinatra, if you look at that line, 3 back in Charlottetown, June the 21st, left from 2 and finished second, just got beat by half a length, race time 1:55 and 3, and he closed it out in 29 and 2. David Dowling was in the bike the last start, July the 5th at Charlottetown, left from 4, finished 5th, 1:57 and 3, 29 and 4. On the end of it, he's camera shy this year. He's still looking for that first win at 2025, and it could be today. Woodbeer Sinatra leaves 3, and Mark Campbell 8-5.
All right, getting ready to go here. The horses will be swinging in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. There's a look at the 5 before we go to the gate. This is Wizard here, and Adam Murner driving for Alan McDonald today, and Kent Williams out of Ellerslie coming into action. Should be on the ticket here. Only missed the top 3 once from 7 starts, Rock.
Yeah, and his last one, July the 8th here, left 3. Came first over, finished third, come back on in the stretch, just got beat by 3/4 of a length though, and race timed 1:58 and 4, 31 on the end of it, and he does have a win this season, 1:57 and 1 right here on June the 3rd. Adam Murner was in the bike. Right now, Wizard post 5, 2-1. Countdown clock is in for the afternoon second race. A field of 8. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Bet the Bull, Starship Destiny, Woodmere Sinatra. Salisbrook Bolt, Wizard, Hockey's Dale, Timberley Duke, Arthur Idlam. Top of the stretch. Approaching a start. Rough and pacing. Salisbrook Bolt leaving out on the rail. That's Starship Destiny. Third one to the turn is Woodmere Sinatra. To get away 4th, Bet the Bull. Dropping in 5th is Wizard. Away 6, Hockey's Dale. Then Timberley Duke 7th. And the trailer, that's Arthur Idlam. Straight alignment early, and it's Dowling on the point with Salisbrook Bolt by almost 2. Closing up now 2nd, Starship Destiny. To get away 3rd is Woodmere Sinatra. 4th, that's Bet the Bull. Racing 5th is Wizard. Hockey's Dale has 6, followed by Timberley Duke and Arthur Idlam, 28 and 3. The opening quarter mile, they round the paddock turn and they're chasing Salisbrook Bolt by the 3/8 pole. In the 2-hole is Starship Destiny. Woodmere Sinatra's made his early move to the outside from 3rd and going after the leader. Bet the Bull is taken out 4th. Up the rail 5th. That is Wizard. Then 6, Hockey's Dale. Timberley Duke has 7th, and Arthur Idlam is 8. 57 and 3 was the opening half mile. They arrive at 5/8. Salisbrook pulled up the rail right alongside Woodmere Sinatra, and now he puts his head in front. 3rd, that is Starship Destiny. Coming 3 wide out of the backfield 4th, that's Timberley Duke. Racing from 5th, Bet the Bull. Arthur Idlam out there 3 deep 6. Back to 7th, Wizard, and on the outside 8th, Hockey's Dale 1. 27 and 1 down to 3/4. They have an 1/8 of a mile left to go. Woodmere Sinatra. Timberley Duke looking for the colossal upset. Down the stretch they come. Woodmere Sinatra there in open 3. Timberley Duke. It is Woodmere Sinatra. Here is the Mark Campbell Daily Double. 2nd is Timberley Duke. We'll need a show photo, but it's Woodmere Sinatra for Campbell in 1:57 flat.
Okay, so the Universal Media slow-mo for you this afternoon. We said in the pre-race we thought Campbell could go back-to-back in here today. Live drive at 4 to 5 odds here against Woodmere. Sinatra comes up first up, gets to the point, and she's all over.
Yeah, Salzburg Bolt took them out of there 28-3, 57-3 when Mark Campbell made his move with Woodmere Sinatra, and he took over going to the three quarters in 127-1, and all cylinders are firing here this afternoon. He gets a new race win record, 157 flat into the Chris Davies burn for Jeff and Robert Skinner and Daniel Hiltz. Mark Campbell doubles up here this afternoon in for second. Looks like the 7 on the line, and yes, it's posted. The 7, Timberly Duke, is second with the 6. Hawkish Deo in there for third, so it's 3-7-6 unofficially in the afternoon second race. We're going to see Woodmere Sinatra and Mark Campbell in the winner's circle next.
Woodmere Sinatra will go to the Woodmere Standardbreds winner's circle in the second. Bay Pacing Gelding form a roll with it, Harry. Off the Artist Cape Dam, Sinspirational. Owned by Jeff Skinner, Bob Skinner, and Daniel Hiltz of Nova Scotia, bred by Woodmere Farms of Marshfield. First-time starter out of the Chris Davies barn. Mark Campbell gets both ends of the daily double this afternoon. Horse gets a new record, 157. Woodmere Sinatra in the second.
This race replay on Channel 2 on your in-house monitor is brought to you by Syntrack Print and Graphic Inc. Mention this ad and receive $20 off your first order of 500 or more full-color business cards. Syntrack, 59 Watts Avenue in the Business Park.
Now the official results from the second: Bet the Bull 7th, Starship Destiny 6th, Woodmere Sinatra the race winner, Salzburg Bolt was 8th, Wizard finished 5th, Hawkish Deo 3rd, Timberly Duke was 2nd, Arthur Idlam finished 4th, fractions went 28-3, 57-3, 127-1, and the mile 157. In review, 761, 853, 24. Woodmere Sinatra paid $390 to win. The exactor $155. The triactor $817.05. That Mark Campbell daily double valued at $1550. There is a superfecta carryover.
Okay, welcome back to Race Day Live here in Summerside, and we are getting ready to go for race number 3. That 376 combo there, that triactor, $817.05. So a lot of folks playing the pools here this afternoon and playing the action, and we appreciate that early on this card today. Now, speaking of great promos, we talked about Governor's Plate Week. We'll have them in play all week as well. And then there's the other one, the HBI Drive to 66, with their sister property, Rocky, and that's, of course, with the Gold Cup and Saucer. That's a big promotion, too.
That's right, Lee. As we count down to Gold Cup and Saucer 66, HPI PEI customers and players across the country who wager $25 or more per card at Red Shores Charlottetown during the month of July will receive a ballot for a chance to win $666 and Gold Cup merchandise. Sign up for free at hpibet.com and play the horses at Red Shores.
All right, so no equipment changes here coming up in race number 3. So the horses in the paddock here will give you a shot. There they are, start moving from the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam. And the picks, Rocky Skierman going to the outside for this race. Race number 3, he likes a 7-5-6 combination. Backstretch beat at 5-7-2. And the classifier's choice there at 5-8 and 7. We'll greet the horses for race number 3 in Summerside next.
Elm Grove Quest on the third race parade, owned by Norma Legier of Shediac and Alan Jones of Riverview, New Brunswick. Alan does the training, Kenny Murphy drives. 2 Princess Halo, owned by Garth Cole of Kensington. Junior Baglow of Freetown, trained by Garth Cole. Brady Sweet. Dolly Sky 3, owned by Vance McMillan, West Cape. Kyle DeRoche, trainer driver. It's Up to You 4, owned by Leslie and Linda Parker of Shubenacadie, Nova Scotia, trained by Leslie Parker, Darren Crow. 5 Harlequin Romance, owned by Barry Bigger, Summerside, trained by James Barlow, Adam Murner. Tobin's Future 6, owned by Jason Bigger and Robin Wilson of Muscush. Jason does the conditioning today, Mark Campbell. Canvas of Stars 7, owned by Eric Wilson of Dundas, Ontario, and Mallory Davies of Majorville, New Brunswick, trained by Chris Davies, driven by David Dowling. Timberley Lady 8, owned by Timberley Standardbreds of Albert and Jacob Sweet, trains and drives. 4 minutes to post time. Now this message from Northumberland Ferries.
Once upon a time, the ferry was the only way to visit Prince Edward Island. Some say it still is.
Well, I know Tourism PEI very happy with the results from this weekend. Started on Thursday as that Cavendish Beach Music Festival kicked into gear. We had 2 race cards Thursday and Saturday. The third card here today in Summerside. A lot of folks staying here for that as well. And I do know many guests that come to Prince Edward Island, Rocky, still love to take the ferry. They may come with the ferry in one way and the bridge in the other, but it is quite an experience. And I encourage everyone, if you haven't taken it lately, to take it, because it is a fun experience. All right, we're going back on the track here. 2 minutes ago, race number 3 here this afternoon. Canvas of Stars on the camera right now for Eric Wilson and Mallory Davies. And David Dowling driving for Chris Davies here. Davies has a chance to go back-to-back. Has to leave from post 7 here today. And difficult post, but did pull off a victory from post 7 back on June 10th, and that was a big effort. Could be set up to do that again.
Yeah, and David Dowling driving again today. I just look at that start, just jumps off the page to me from July 8th here, left on the back tier 9 and finished 4th, but paced his mile in 1:55 and 4, her mile, 29 and 3 on the end of it. And as you mentioned, has a win here. That was on June the 10th, left from 7, was a winner by a nose in 1:59 and 4. So I think that she might be able to get it done today, maybe a tripped out effort. For Canvas of Stars, David Dowling aboard right now, 4-1.
Yeah, look at her on the track there right now, too. Just looking at everything. Look at that. She looks really ready to go.
Good-looking mare.
Sure is. Maybe she's into the tarmac tunes that we have going here this afternoon, too.
Possibly.
Here's a look at the new water truck that just arrived here in Summerside. Doing some great action. The track is in super shape here today. Harlequin Romance on the screen here right now. Race Day Live continues for Barry Bigger out of Summerside. James Barlow is the trainer. Adam Murner gets called to do the driving here today. And Barlow, quite familiar with her. She was back in the barn back in 23. So Murner's only driven her twice, and he's 2 for 2. So can they make it 3?
They could very well. You know, this mare can leave like a freight train. And last start, July the 8th here, left on the rail and was a winner. Sat 2 throughout and was a winner. 1:57 and 4, 29 and 3 on the end of it. That was her season's best. Harlequin Romance, post 5 today. Adam Murner to drive, 3-1.
Well, Campbell's won the first 2 races on the cards. He's got the daily double in the books here today. And now he's going to be driving Tobin's Future for Jason Bigger, who co-owns with Robin Wilson here out of Muscush. So they're getting set to go here this afternoon. Up against some tougher company today. Only making her 4th start of the campaign, Rock. So she's fresh.
Campbell could very well go 3 for 3 here this afternoon with this mare. He gets along with her very well. As you look at July the 1st here, left from post 7 and was a winner in 1:57 and 3, 29 and 3 on the end of it. That's the season's best. Last season, 3 wins, 1:56 record taken at Charlottetown, and I do believe Campbell was in the bike when she took that record. So post 6 today for Tobin's Future with Mark Campbell, 3-1.
Now starter Justin Girage calling them in here. Scotty McKendrick at the wheel. Countdown clocks in. Just want to mention, Rocky, the Basil Whalen Memorial Top Driver standing 6 into gear today here at Summerside, and Campbell leads away.
He sure does. He's 2 wins, 2 for 2 here. As the third race, field of 8 lines up in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Elm Grove Quest, Princess Halo, Dolly Sky, It's Up to You, Harlequin Romance, Tobin's Future, Canvas of Stars, Kimberly Lady. Top of the stretch. Third race, ready for start. Rough and pacing, Princess Halo leaving out. Coming with her, Harlequin Romance on the rail. Elm Grove Quest will stack them up here around the turn. Up the inside is Dolly Sky. Way wide on the turn, Kimberly Lady out there 3 deep coming 5th. Then in 6 along that inside as they move along the backstretch and go to the opening quarter mile led by Elm Grove Quest and Kenny Murphy. Second is Princess Halo on the outside. Third, Kimberly Lady. Lady racing from 4th. That's Dolly Sky. Harlequin Romance in 5th. 6, It's Up to You. Back into 7th is Tobin's Future. And the trailer, Canvas of Stars. Boom! Just like that, 27! 4 was the opening quarter. The fired up leader, Elm Grove Quest and Princess Halo. Kimberly Lady, she's in a whole heap of trouble here. Parked on the outside 3rd. Dolly Sky at the rail 4th. On the outside 5th, It's Up to You. Harlequin Romance now trapped in 6th. Then 7th, that's Tobin's Future. Trailing is Canvas of Stars. 56 and 4 was the half. Up the backstretch they go to 3/4 next, led by Elm Grove Quest. Racing from 2nd is Princess Halo. 3 high, It's Up to You picks up 3rd. Dolly Sky at the rail needs a way out 4th. Tobin's Future out there 3 wide 5th. Then in 6th, that's a fading Kimberly Lady. 1:27 and 1 was the 3/4 with an 1/8 of a mile left to go. It is Elm Grove Quest at the rail. It's Up to You getting closer. Tobin's Future not far away. Down the stretch they come. Elm Grove Quest still there. It's Up to You. Harlequin Romance came late, but too late. Elm Grove Quest all the way for Kenny Murphy. It's Up to You was 2nd. Harlequin Romance has rallied in 3rd. 1:57 and 1.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for the afternoon's 3rd race. Kenny Murphy meant business today with Elm Grove Quest. Right down the road, 27 and 4, the half, and 56 and 4, 127 and 1 3/4. Here's a great shot by Universal Media. Kenny Murphy getting the job done here with Elm Grove Quest. Her first win of 2025, 13th career, 157 and 1. It's Up to You. Rallies in there for 2nd. Harlequin Romance was flying on the end of it there, and she does get up for 3rd. So it is 1-4-5. Unofficially in today's 3rd race, we're going to see Elm Grove Quest and Kenny Murphy in the Woodmere Standard Bids Winner's Circle next.
Well, Kenny Murphy put this mare in unfamiliar territory today, right on the choo-choo, and she responded as she goes to the winner's circle here in the 3rd. Elm Grove Quest, bay-pacing mare, the 6-year-old daughter of Roll With It Harry, is off the Real Desire Dam Aquatic Lightning. Home and Norman Legier of Shediac and Alan Jones of Riverview, New Brunswick. Bred by Bobby Gordon of Elmsdale. Trained by Alan Jones. Kenny Murphy guides her to victory in 157 and 1. Elm Grove Quest in the 3rd.
This race replay is brought to you by the new 1888 Lounge at Red Shores. The 1888 Lounge is perfect for your corporate meetings, parties, or presentations. Contact Rebecca in our Sales and Events Division for more information on the new 1888 Lounge upper level at Red Shores.
Now the official results in the third race, Elm Grove Quest the winner. Princess Halo finished 6th with broken equipment. Dolly Sky 5th. It's Up to You was 2nd. Harlequin Romance 3rd. Tobin's Future was 4th. Canvas of Stars finished 7th. Timberly Lady was 8th. The Fractions 27 and 4. 56 and 4. 127 and 1. And the mile 157 and 1. In review 165, 2, 3, 4, 7, 8. Elm Grove Quest paid $8.30 to win. The exactor 121.60. The triactor honored the ticket 1-4 all at $241.90, and the superfecta paid $303.59.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore Summerside on a Sunday afternoon. It is Governor's Plate Elimination Day, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. Let's talk about Gold Cup and Saucer Second Chance draws. The Gold Cup and Saucer Second Chance draw is back at Red Shore, Charlottetown on live race days. Customers can enter 9 winning tickets into the designated ballot drum in Charlottetown for a chance to win the grand prize, which includes 1 table of 4 at the trackside patio on Gold Cup night, 1 night hotel stay, in-room welcome basket, 4 race programs, and 4 Old Home Week passes, plus $500 cash. The grand prize draw will take place on Saturday, August the 2nd in Charlottetown. And we'll slide the selections into the screen as we see the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam. I'm going to go 2-3-5 in here on a hunch. Backstretch beat like 6-2-4, and the classifier's choices 6-2-5 in today's 4th race in 8 minutes. Don't forget to get your 50-50 draw tickets here this afternoon. Brenda is up here in the oval right now. First call, 50-50. And the 50-50 draw is sponsored by Stephen J. Arsenault Insurance.
James Raines on the 4th race parade. Jacob Sweet of Valeri, the owner, trainer, and the driver. Two is J.J. Patrick, owned by Mark Land and Rick Armstrong of Summerside. Rick does the training. Brady Sweet will drive. Acrobat Hanover 3, owned by Robin Lodgeness of Summerside, trained by Taylor Doyle. Today, Mark Campbell. Josie 150, number 4, Sam Hodkin from Bloomfield, Kings County, New Brunswick, owns, trains, and drives. Brookdale Thomas 5, owned by Douglas and Doug Pauley of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained by Phil Sizer, Paul Langell. 6 is Feld, owned by Mitchell Ellsworth of St. Louis, trained by Jay Noy, Miles Heffernan. Pineapple Express number 7 is owned, trained, and driven by Willie McKay of Breadalbin. Number 8, Edge of the World, owned by Brett LeBlanc, Matty Clough, and Nolan Campbell. Brett LeBlanc trains and drives. 4 minutes to post time. Our sister property has their 20th anniversary promotion underway, and Rewards Club players from Summerside can also get entered to win.
That's right, Vance. This year marks the 20th anniversary of Red Shores Charlottetown, and we're celebrating in style. Customers who spend $20 or more on casino, racing, or dining at Red Shores Charlottetown will receive a ballot for a chance to win weekly prizes and the grand prize of $20,000 cash. The grand prize draw will take place on Gold Cup and Saucer Night, August the 16th. Let's head up to the track for the afternoon's 4th race. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, Triactor, win, place, and show wagering. Don't forget you can tag your ticket for a chance at that Wild Horses jackpot of $25. Landing on the 2 in here, J.J. Patrick, 8-year-old bay gelding by Image of Dawn for Mark Land and Ricky Armstrong of Summerside. Rick Armstrong trains with Brady Sweet in the driver's seat. Last start was here, July the 8th, left from 4, finished 3rd, 158 and 4, 29 and 3 on the end of it. Start before that, July 1st here, left in the back tier from post 9, finished 5th, 157 and 3, 28 and 4 on the end of it, and he was a winner here June 25th from post 2 by 2 lengths in 158 and 4. Brady Sweet in the bike for all those starts. 3 wins last season, 159 and 2 here at Summerside. J.J. Patrick, post 2 with Brady Sweet, 3-1. And there's a look at the 3, Acrobat Hanover, 8-year-old bay gelding by Sports Writer for Robin Legendess of Summerside. Taylor Doyle is the trainer. Mark Campbell is hot today. He's got 2 wins already. Last start was here Tuesday night, July the 8th, from post 8, finished 4th, 159 flat, 29 and 2 on the end of it. Mark Campbell was here July 1st and drove from post 5, finished 4th, 157 and 3, 29 seconds flat. On the end of it, this horse didn't race last year, but he's got 18 lifetime wins and took a record 2 years ago of 154 and 1 at Charlottetown. Acrobat Hanover from post 3 with Mark Campbell, 9-2. And there's a look at the 5, Brookdale Thomas, 4-year-old bay horse by All Bets Off for Doug and Douglas Polly of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Phil Sizer trains. Paul Angel back up in the bike today. Last start was Tuesday night, July 8th from post 5, finished 5, 157 and 2, 28 and 4 on the end of it. He's still looking for that first win of 2025. Brookdale Thomas and Paul Angel, 6-1. Let's have a quick look at the odds board here for the afternoon's fourth race. James Rains on the rail in Jacob Street at 12-1. JJ Patrick, Brady Street at 7-2. Acrobat Hanover, Mark Campbell at 3-1. The 4, Joe C 150. Sam Hodgson 29-1. Brookdale Thomas 5 and Paul Angela 5-1. Fout is 6 and Miles Heffernan Sr. at even money. The 7, Pineapple Express, Willie McKay at 21-1. And the 8, Edge of the World with Brett LeBlanc at 8-1. That's the field for today's fourth race. Good luck with your selections. Got a birthday shout out this afternoon to Carrie Adams, celebrating her birthday today. From all of us here at Red Shores, hope you have a great day here at Red Shores Summerside. The fourth race has a field of 8 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to Vance Cameron.
James Rains, J.J. Patrick, Acrobat Hanover. Josie 150, Brookdale Thomas Fout. Pineapple Express, Edge of the World. Top of the stretch. All lined up and approaching a start. Rough and pacing, and Brookdale Thomas fires out from the outside. Fout is second along the rails. James Rains will get away third. Fourth one as they round the turn. J.J. Patrick to get away fifth. That's Acrobat Hanover. Josie 150 in sixth. Pineapple Express seventh. And the trailer, Edge of the World. On the backstretch for time one. Fout made the lead from Miles Heffernan Sr. Second, that is Brookdale Thomas. And racing from third, James Rains. Fourth up the rail is J.J. Patrick. Acrobat Hanover, he goes fifth. Josie 150 in sixth, followed by Pineapple Express and Edge of the World. 28-3, the opening quarter mile. Straight alignment as they round the paddock turn. On the point, that is Fout, the fraction setter. Getting the two-hole ride, Brookdale Thomas, James Rains third. There goes J.J. Patrick. He'll be first up fourth. Acrobat Hanover following the cover on the outside fifth. Josie 150 is sixth. Well capped in seventh. Pineapple Express. Edge of the World on the outside is the trailer. They were halfway home in 58-2. Arriving at the 5/8 next. Fout is the leader. J.J. Patrick from the outside is taken over second. Third at the rail, Brookdale Thomas. Acrobat Hanover sent 3 wide fourth and advancing. Josie 150 is fifth. James Rains now sixth. Seventh, Edge of the World, and the trailer, Pineapple Express, 3/4 completed in 1:27-4. Fout the leader. Acrobat Hanover takes second. Third at the rail as they get set to turn for home. Brookdale Thomas, down the stretch they come. Acrobat Hanover takes over late. Fout, Brookdale Thomas closing up at the rail. On the wire, Acrobat Hanover triples up Mark Campbell. Second, that's Brookdale Thomas. James Rains rallied in to be third. But it's Acrobat Hanover today in 1:57 flat.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for today's fourth race. And Fout got to the front 28-3, the half in 58-2. Going to three quarters, Mark Campbell tipped Acrobat Hanover out 3 wide to go around JJ Patrick and Fout. And down the stretch here, he is in command of the field. Acrobat Hanover, Mark Campbell wins in 1:57 flat. It's Mark Campbell Day here today. Win number 3 thus far in just 4 races. Here this afternoon, he won 6 in Truro Friday night. Acrobat Hanover and Mark Campbell, they're going to the Woodmere Standardbreds Winner's Circle next.
Acrobat Hanover on the comeback trail finds himself going to the Woodmere Standardbreds Winner's Circle here in the 4th. Bay pacing, gelding the 8-year-old son of sports rider off the Ponderosa Dam all night long. Owned by Robin Lodgeness of Summerside, bred by Hanover Shoe Farms. Trained by Taylor Doyle. Mark Campbell's 3rd winner of the afternoon for the triple. Time for the mile in 1:57. Acrobat Hanover in the Campbell triple in the 4th.
This race replay is brought to you by All Star Cresting, specializing in embroidery, screen print, promotional products, and on-site cresting featuring the newest technology and one of the largest embroidery and screen printing departments in Atlantic Canada. For all your clothing and merchandise needs, email sales@allstarcresting.ca. At All Star Cresting, we got you covered.
Here's the official results now in the 4th. James Raines 3rd. J.J. Patrick 7th. Acrobat Hanover the race winner. Josie 150 4th. Brookdale Thomas 2nd. Fout finished 5th. Pineapple Express was 8th. Edge of the World finished 6th. The fractions went 28-3. 58-2. 127-4. And the mile 157. From the top, your program reads 371-425-86. Acrobat Hanover paid $470 to win. The exactor $16.90, triactor $182.70, and the superfecta was $105.11.
It's great to see local businesses supporting island traditions like the Governor's Plate. So often in this busy age, we forget to make time for our neighbours. We here at Red Shores Summerside would like to sincerely thank our neighbours at Summerside Chrysler Dodge for being a part of this year's Governor's Plate race. Stop in and visit them at Summerside's Action Corner, 3 Water Street, or visit them online at summersidechrysler.com. Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore Summerside on Sunday afternoon, Governor's Plate Elimination Day. Let's talk about the social media platforms. Follow Red Shore's official social media platforms on Facebook, X, and Instagram. Get the most accurate, up-to-date information on racing, restaurants, casino, gaming floors. This includes any postponements, delays, or rescheduling official dates. Get the information you need from our Red Shore's official platforms. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 5th race. Vance and I will be along with the Vance Cam, presented by Results Advertising and Marketing. There is the Atlantic Post Calls Paddock Cam. I'm going 572, backstretch beat 523. Classifiers choices 572 in the 5th race, 7 minutes.
Mandy's Last Dance on the 5th race parade. Chris McKay of French River, the owner-trainer. Adam Murner drives. 2 Lions Beach Babe on by Tom Weatherby of Charlottetown. Redland Farms of Bible Hill, Nova Scotia. Tommy does the training. Brody McPhee up. 3 Makita on by Suzanne McKeegan, Christina Thompson, and Ronnie McLean, trained by Blaine McKenna. Corey McPherson drives. 4 Bugtown Nash owned by Adam Walsh of Charlottetown, trained by Brian Walsh, Robbie Chappell. 5 Molly Malone owned by Fred and Carly Painter, Debbie and Neil Ramsey. Fred does the training, driven today by Paul Langell. Princess Royale, number 6, owned by Audrey Gamester with Albin. Willie McKay trains and drives. Sour Puss Sarah, number 7, owned by Ryan and Roy Deuce out of South Rustico. Ryan does the training. The drive goes to Kenny Murphy. Ladies Wish, number 8, owned by Charles Maxime and Daniel Goodrow from Quebec, trained by Taylor Doyle. Today, Mark Campbell. 9 Handle on You, owned by Atlantic Harness Racing of Warren Grove, trained by Nick Oakes. Ryan DeRoche in the driver's seat. 3 minutes wagering time on race number 5, featuring the Super High Five. And Rocky, you and I come up with our selections as we thank Results Marketing and Advertising and their continued presentation of the Vance Cam. 5th race, Smitty didn't make it easy, at least not for me, Mr. Sherman. I went up and down this page several times. I went to the McKenna trainee, Makita, on the end of it to use on top. Going to go to 5, Molly Malone for the deuce. I like 2, Lions Beach Babe for 3rd. Then using the 1, Mandy's Last Dance, and went to the grandstand side to close it out with the 8, Ladies Wish. 3, 5, 2, 1, 8. But not a whole lot of confidence, Rock. How's about your choices?
I went to the 5, Molly Malone. She's got an equipment change too. She adds a tail tie and adds shin boots today. So I'm going with the 5, Paul Angel in the bike. For second, the 7, Sourpuss Sarah, who also has an equipment change, adds a burr pole inside, a shadow roll, and Halbus go from 57.5 to 56 inches. For third, the 2, Lions Beach Babe and Brody McPhee. Then I went with the 3, Makita, Corey McPherson, and the rail horse, Mandy's Last Dance, with Adam Murner. So I'm going 5, 7, 2, 3, 1. Vance going 3, 5, 2, 1, 8. Good luck and get in on the Super High Five. Let's have a quick look at the odds board for the upcoming 5th race. 2 minutes to go here. Mandy's Last Dance, Adam Murner at 3-1. The 2, Lions Beach Babe and Brody McPhee at 4-1 on your screen right now. Makita leaves 3 and Corey McPherson at 7-2. Bugtown Nash 4 and Robbie Chappell, all 9s on the board. The 5, Molly Malone and Paul Angel, your current choice at 5-2. The 6, Princess Royale with Willie McKay at 11-1. 7 is Sourpuss Sarah and Kenny Murphy at 7-2. Ladies Wishes 8 with Mark Campbell at 14-1. And the 9, Handle on You with Ryan DeRoche at 29-1. That's a look at the field. Field of 9 here in the afternoon's 5th race. Beautiful afternoon for harness racing. Good luck with your plays. Countdown clock is in for the afternoon's fifth race, a field of 9, and they are approaching that Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Mandy's Last Dance, Lions Beach Babe, Makita, Bugtown Nash, Molly Malone, Princess Royale, Sourpuss Sarah, Ladies Wish up front, the trailer, Handle on You. Top of the stretch. First super high 5 of the day here in the 5th. Post time. Ralphin pacing, leaving out Molly Malone, closer to the rail, Lions Beach Babe, then between them Makita as they round the turn, and here comes Molly Malone to take the lead. Second is Mandy's Last Dance, on the outside for third Makita, fourth up the rail, Lions Beach Babe on the outside fifth. That is Bugtown Nash. Towards the rail and racing from 6, Handle on You, Princess Royale 7th, 8th is Sourpuss Sarah, trailing 9th, Ladies Wish. They move by the quarter mile. Here's Makita from the outside to take over the lead. In line to Corey McPherson, 28-4 opened it up. Molly Malone now second, racing from third, Mandy's Last Dance, fourth. At the rail, Lions Beach Boy, then racing from fifth. On the outside, that is Bugtown Nash, racing sixth. As they move through the stretch, Handle on You, Princess Royale 7th. 8th is Sourpuss Sarah, trailing 9th. That is Ladies Wish. They're halfway home, led by Makita. The midway point time in 58-1. Tracking in the 2-hole, Molly Malone, then third, Mandy's Last Dance, racing fourth on the outside. That's Bugtown Nash. Fifth up the rail is Lions Beach Babe. Then in sixth, as they race the backstretch, is Handle on You. Ladies Wish picks up seventh towards the rail, Princess Royale. And the trailer after a break, Sourpuss Sarah. The 3/4 has a new leader. Molly Malone takes over late for Langell. And driving off on the field, 3/4 in 1, 28-4. Arriving up the 7/8, Molly Malone by 5. Mandy's Last Dance has taken over second. Makita goes back to third. Lions Beach Babe fourth. It's all Molly Malone in the super high 5 for Paul Langell. A going away winner over Mandy's Last Dance. Makita held third. And the time for the mile, 1:57-1.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for the afternoon's fifth race. Makita drove up to the lead, 28-4, the half, 58-1. Molly Malone right in the 2-hole, going to 3/4. And Paul Langell moves her out, and she goes right on by and opens up in the field here to win today in 1:57-1. That's a new race win record, just her 5th lifetime start. Great shot by Universal Media here in the slow-mo. You're seeing Paul Langell sitting chilly in the bike, as Kurt Hughes would say. In for second, Mandy's Last Dance. Makita comes up there for third, so it's 5-1-3 unofficially in the Super High 5 fifth race. We're going to see Molly Malone and Paul Langell in the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner's Circle next.
Molly Malone's on her way to the 5th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing filly 3 by In the Arsenal. From the Bettor's Delight Dam Frenzy, owned by Fred and Carly Painter, Debbie and Neil Ramsey, bred by Black Knight Stables of New York. Trained by Fred Painter, Paul Langell with the catch driving called into the winner's circle and guiding the filly to a new race win record of 157-1. Molly Malone in the Super High 5.
Windermere Farms is proud to announce its 2025 Stallion lineup, featuring some of the top pacing and trotting sires in Atlantic Canada. This year's roster includes Malicious, Keystone Velocity, Muscle Through It, Somewhere Fancy, and Carouser. A special shout-out to Malicious, the proven champion sire, whose offspring have earned over $4.3 million and continue to dominate tracks across the Maritimes. Plus, Somewhere Fancy's first crop is set to hit the track in 2025, and the excitement is just getting started. Windermere Farms, where Atlantic Canada's champion stallions call home.
Now the official results in the 5th race. Mandy's Last Dance, 2nd. Lions Beach Babe was 5th. Makita finished 3rd. Bugtown Nash was 8th. Molly Malone was the race winner. Princess Royale finished 4th. Sourpuss Sarah was 9th. Lady's Wish finished 7th. Handle on You 6th. The fractions were 28-4, 58-1, 128-4, and the mile in 157-1. From the top, your program reads 253 814 976. Molly Malone paid $5.30 to win. The exactor $27.70, triactor $88.20, and the super high 5 never posted.
Summer isn't just heating up, it's hot. And those jobs, they're getting a lot tougher, a little grittier. But for you, you scoff at that to-do list. After all, you drive a Ram from Summerside Chrysler Dodge, and power always beats heat. Get 0% financing on select 2025 Ram trucks, Jeeps, and Pacifica vans. That's savings of up to $10,000. Tackle the toughest summer jobs and get deals that have never been hotter at Summerside Chrysler Dodge. Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore Summerside on a Sunday afternoon. It's Governor's Plate Elimination Day. 2 trials set this afternoon, races 8 and 12. Let's talk about HPI Bet. Get points on all Woodbine racing. Red Shores is proud to present HPI PEI players an exciting new offer for 2025. When you wager on Woodbine Standardbred and Thoroughbred, customers can earn valuable HPI points. Sign up for free at hpibet.com to take advantage of member offers and privileges today. Play the horses with HPI Bet and Red Shores. And we'll slide the selections into the screen, and there is a shot at the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam. I'm going 6.52, backstretch beat like 6.54. Classifier's choices 5.61. In today's 6th race, line to be announced on the 2, Broken Head of Gas, Charlottetown, Thursday night. Left on the rail, finished 2nd. Race timed 1:55 flat. Closed it out 29-3 for Ryan de 6th race, leaving the paddock now. 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 6th race, leaving the paddock now
First elimination of the Ruby Chapel for the 6th race. Number 1, Woodmere Kennedy, owned by Mike Pollard of Stratford, trained by Landon Campbell. Mark Campbell driving. 2, Broken Out of Gas, owned and trained by Tammy Collins of Hazelbrook, Ryan DeRage. 3, Ms. Moyes, owned by Olivia May, Quade Hadley, and Andrew Cameron of Charlottetown, trained and driven by Adam Murner. 4 is Ace 44 Dome, owned by Donald McRae of Vernon Bridge, trained by Ashley Gamester, Jason Hughes. 5, Freaky Fanny, owned by Josh McDonald of Little Pond, Darren Crow trains and drives. 6, Sugar Bowl, owned by Tommy Collins and Brian McPhee of Mount Stewart, trained by Jeff Holmes, Gilles Barrio. Windermere Sadie is 7, owned by Shane Essen, Saul Lanigan, Darcy Doyle, and Isaac Skierman, trained by Saul Lanigan. Today, Corey McPherson catch drives. Shaken Blake, number 8, owned and trained by Jennifer Doyle of Vernon Bridge. Kenny Murphy drives. 3 minutes. 2 post time. Don't miss the late pick 4 with the $1,000 guaranteed pool beginning on race number 9.
Let's head over to the track for the afternoon 6th race. It is the Ruby Chapel Mares Open Mares elimination for $7,000. Landing on the 6, Sugar Bowl. 6-year-old brown mare by Sweet Lou for Tommy Collins and Brian McPhee of Mount Stewart. Jeff Holmes is the trainer. Gilles Barrio in the driver's seat. Started at Truro on July the 4th. Left from 6 and finished 3rd. 155-3. Closed it out 28-2. Start before that at Charlottetown, June 26th. Left from 5. Cut it all out. Faded to 2nd. 155 flat, 28-3 on the end of it. Was a winner 3 back on June the 19th. Left from 5. By ahead, 155-2 with a closing quarter of 29-2, and I like that win on June the 5th at Charlottetown. Left 4, wire-to-wire winner in 154-1 with a closing quarter of 27-4. It's a nice hot afternoon here today. I see Sugar Bowl going to the winner's circle with Gilles Barrio, post 6, even money.
Update on today's 50-50 draw. Right now, $670 going to go to the winner. Make sure you get your 50-50 ticket today, right now valued at $670.
There we see the 5, Freaky Fanny, 4-year-old bay mare by Art Speak for Josh McDonald of Little Pond. Darren Crow is the trainer and driver. At Truro on July the 4th. Standard Canada Open Mares pace left from 4 and finished 2nd, just beat a length and a quarter. Race time 155-2 with a closing quarter of 27-4. She has 4 wins this season, 155-3 season's best. 2 starts ago on June 27th at Truro Raceway. 30 seconds flat on the end of it for Darren Crow. Freaky Fanny leaves 5 today. Darren Crow in the bike, 2-1. And there's a look at the 2, Broke and Out of Gas. 4-year-old bay mare by Arthur Blue Chip for Tammy Collins of Hazelbrook, who's also the breeder and the trainer. Ryan DeRoche in the bike. Last start, but line to be announced. Thursday night, July 10th at Charlottetown. Left on the rail, finished 2nd. Race time 155 flat. Closed it out 29-3. Ryan DeRoche was in the bike. Has 2 wins this season, 156-4. Season's best right here at Summerside on June the 10th for Ryan DeRoche. Broke and Out of Gas, post 2 with Mr. DeRoche in the bike. Good odds, 33-1. Let's have a look at that odds board for the upcoming 6th race. Ruby Chapel Memorial Open Mares Elimination number 1 per $7,000. Woodmere Kennedy on the rail for Mark Campbell, 7-2. Broken Head of Gas, 2. Ryan DeRoche, 37-1. Ms. Moist, 3. And Adam Murner at 11-1. The 4. Ace 44 Dome. Jason Hughes aboard at 20-1. The 5. Freaky Fanny and Darren Crow at 3-1. Sugar Bowl, 6. And Jill Barry, your current choice at 4-5. Windermere Sadie, 7 for Corey McPherson at 10-1. And the 8. Shaken Blake with Kenny Murphy aboard, 60-1. That's the field for the afternoon 6th race. Good looking field of open mares here in the Ruby Chapel Memorial Elimination number 1 for $7,000. Field of 8. And they are approaching Justin DeRoche, who's the starter in that Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Scotty McKendrick behind the wheel. Let's go back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Woodmere Kennedy, Broken Out of Gas, Ms. Moise. Ace 44 Dome, Freaky Fanny. Sugar Bowl, Windermere Sadie. Shaken Blake's on the grandstand side. First elimination of the Ruby Chapel. Top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Sugar Bowl leaves out. Ace 44 Dome, Ms. Moise and Woodmere Kennedy along the rail, stacking them up into the turn. To get away 5th, Broken Out of Gas, Freaky Fanny 6th. 7th, that's Windermere Sadie, followed by the trailer, Shaken Blake. Up the backstretch they go. Here comes the post-time favorite, Sugar Bowl, and Barrio to take the lead. 2nd is Ace 44 Dome, Woodmere Kennedy away 3rd. Then in 4th, it's Ms. Moise. Broken Out of Gas has 5th. Freaky Fanny goes 6th, followed by Windermere Sadie and Shaken Blake. 27-3. Open this one up. Sugar Bowl on fire on up front. Racing from 2nd, that's Ace 44 Dome. 3rd one towards the half mile is Woodmere Kennedy. 4th is Ms. Moise. There goes Freaky Fanny. She's underway out of the backfield. 5th. 6th is Broken Out of Gas. Then 7th on the outside, Windermere Sadie. 3rd over. And 8th, that is Shaken Blake, 57 and 2 was the half mile. A scorcher opener. Just 29-4 in the 2nd quarter. Sugar Bowl will take him to the back stretch, going to 3/4. Racing from 2nd, Ace 44 Dome. 3rd is Woodmere Kennedy. That is Ms. Moise. 4th, Broken Out of Gas. 5th, Windermere Sadie is 6th. Back to 7th, Freaky Fanny. Shaken Blake, the trailer, 3/4 in the books. Sugar Bowl was there in 1:26 flat. Woodmere Kennedy now on the outside 2nd. 3rd up the rail as they turn home is Ace 44 Dome. 4th, that's Ms. Moise. Down the stretch they come. Sugar Bowl. Woodmere Kennedy has her collared in deep stretch. Ms. Moise coming late on the wire. Woodmere Kennedy and Campbell Grand slam here in the first elimination of the Ruby Chapel. And the time for the mile in 1:54.4.
Here comes the slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for the afternoon 6th race. Ruby Chapel Memorial Open Mares Elimination number 1. And Sugar Bowl goes to the front, 27-3, 57-2. 126 to 3/4, and here's a great shot by Universal Media. The slow-mo replay here. You'll see Woodmere Kennedy. Sugar Bowl is battling back. Ace 44 Dome, I thought was going to get it all in the passing lane, but on the line here, it's Mark Campbell Day in Summerside. He's got 4 wins from just 6 races, and he gets the job done with Woodmere Kennedy. She's never been better. 154-4, new record, 10th lifetime win for this three-legged mare. In for 2nd, Sugar Bowl, and on the line in there for 3rd. It is close, but we're going to see Woodmere Kennedy and Mark Campbell. They're going to the Woodmere Standardbridge Winner's Circle next.
Woodmere Kennedy on her way to the winner's circle in today's 6th race. Bay Pacing Mare 4, but Roll With It Harry. Off the 4 Stars Shark Dam, 4 Stars Row. Owned by Mike Pollard of Stratford, bred by Woodmere Farms of Marshfield, trained by Landon Campbell. Mark Campbell's 4th winner of the afternoon, and the free-legged pacing mare. She's never, and I mean never, been better than she was today here in Summerside, pacing to a new race win record of 154 and 4. Woodmere Kennedy in the first elimination of the Ruby Chapel Memorial for Open Mares. At Trackside, the cooler presentation.
Last call, 50-50. Brenda's up here right now in the oval. This is the last call for 50-50.
This race replay is brought to you by Symes Horse Transport. Based in Nova Scotia and with over 20 years of experience, Chucky Symes would welcome the opportunity to transport your horses when you need them moved. Operating 2 rigs, Symes Horse Transport offers safe, feasible, and timely trucking in Canada and the U.S. Symes Horse Transport is a commercially covered horse carrier. They also buy and sell horses. To book a stall and to get a quote, call or text 902-664-7086 or email st.symes@gmail.com.
Here's the official results now in race 6. Woodmere Kennedy the winner. Broken Out of Gas 7th. Ms. Moist was 3rd. Ace 44 Dome 4th. Freaky Fanny 6th. Sugar Bowl finished 2nd. Windermere Sadie was 5th. Shaken Blake was 8th. They went 27-3. 57-2. 126. And the mile 154-4. In review, 173, 462, 58. Woodmere Kennedy paid $720. Exactor $22.50. Triactor $58.70. Superfecta $33.45.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Redshores, Summerside on a Sunday afternoon. Let's talk about the McDonald Family Pace. It's scheduled for Friday, August 8th at Redshores, Charlottetown. The race is open to 2-year-old pacing fillies that are 100% owned by PEI residents at the time of nomination, declaration, and for the duration of the event, and that are not maritime sired or foaled. Join us in August at Redshores, Charlottetown for the McDonald Family Pace. And there's a look at the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam. I'm going with a 5.64 in the upcoming 7th race. Backstretch speed going 5.26, and the classifier's choice is 6.54 in today's 7th race in 5 minutes.
$5,000 claiming mares on the 7th race parade. Mrs. Dragonfire 1, owned by Reg Ferguson of Stratford, Wayne McDonald of Montreal, Quebec, Darren Crow trains and drives. Starship's Alicia 2, owned and trained by Kyle Williams of Coleman, Paul Langell. Von Doyle of Charlottetown owns and trains Ryan DeRoss, the driver, 3, Pam. Royals Alley number 4, Ryan Deuce out of South Rustico, the owner and the trainer, Kenny Murphy driving. Rock and Roll Cage is 5, owned by Albert Hickox of South Freetown, trained and driven by David Dowling. Salisbrook Pika number 6, owned by David Kennedy of Charlottetown and Ian Smith of Stratford, trained by Tommy Weatherby, Brody McPhee's aboard. 3 minutes. 2 post time. Now this message from HPI.
Love horse racing? HPIBet.com is Canada's leader in online horse betting. Access thousands of live races from hundreds of tracks worldwide instantly. Enjoy the most advanced betting tools like AI Smart Picks and exclusive cashback rewards you won't get anywhere else. Join today and get up to $100 in free bets. Get the ultimate horse betting experience with HPIBet.com.
And there's a look at that show photo from the afternoon's 6th race. You'll see Ms. Moyes just nipping Ace 44 Dome on the line. Great photo by the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission. Let's head out to the track for the afternoon 7th race. Field of 6 in here. Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta. Triactor, win, place, and show wagering. You can take your ticket with the wild horses to try for that $25 jackpot. Landing on the 5 in here, Rock and Roll K's, 5-year-old bay mare by Tobago K's for Albert Hickox of South Freetown, David Dowling, the trainer and the driver. Started here Tuesday night, July the 8th, left on the rail. Cut it all out, finished second, just beat length and a half, 159 and 130 and 1 on the end of it. 6 wins last season from 27 tries, 155 and 1 record taken at Charlottetown. Still looking for that first win of 2025. Could be today. Rock and Roll K's with David Dowling, post 5, 3-2. And there we get a look at the 6th, Salisbrook Pika, 4-year-old bay mare by Malicious for David Kennedy of Charlottetown and Ian Smith of Stratford. Tommy Weatherby trains. Brody McPhee in the bike. Started here Tuesday night. Left from 2, was a winner in 159 flat. Closed it out 29 and 4. Brody McPhee was in the bike. 9th lifetime win, 3rd of the season for Salisbrook Pika. Leave 6 today. Brody McPhee aboard, co-favorite at 8-5. And there we get a look at the 4, Royals Alley, 5-year-old bay mare by Stonebridge Terror for Ryan Doucette of South Rustico, who's also the breeder and the trainer. Kenny Murphy in the bike looking for win number 2 this afternoon. Started here Tuesday night, July 8th, left from 4 and finished 4. Race timed 1:59.3 with a closing quarter of 29.4. She's still looking for that first win of 2025. Royals Alley, Kenny Murphy aboard, 6-1. Got a shout out this afternoon to Roddy Gillis visiting us here from Cape Breton, Nova Scotia. 92 years young. Welcome to Red Shores, Roddy Gillis. Hope you're having a great afternoon here at the races. Countdown clock is in for the afternoon 7th race. A field of 6. They're lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's return to track announcer Vance Cameron.
$5,000 claiming pacing mares are Mrs. Dragonfire, Starships, Alicia, Pam, Royals Alley, Rock and Roll, Cage, and Salzburg Peak at top of the stretch. Here they come. The rough and pacing Rock and Roll Cage is leaving out at the rail. Mrs. Dragonfire, Royals Alley, third one to the turn. Starships Alicia away fourth. Then fifth is Salzburg Pika, and Pam is the early trailer. They're en route to the opening quarter, led by Rock and Roll Cage for David Dowling by 2. Second, that's Mrs. Dragonfire. Royals Alley's away third. Then fourth is Starships Alicia. Then racing from fifth, that's Salzburg Pika. The gapped out trailer is Pam. They're on by the first quarter. Rock and Roll Cage was the quarter pole leader in 28-4. Racing from second, that's Mrs. Dragonfire. Royals Alley up with the leaders third. All alone now fourth is Salzburg Pika. Taking over fifth is Pam. Now the trailer after a break, that is Starships Alicia. They're halfway home and they are strung out, and I mean strung out in here. Rock and Roll Cage loose on the lead. She was at the midway point, 57-3. She'll lead them at the 5/8 by a half a dozen. Giving chase second, Mrs. Dragonfire third. Royals Alley tipping out. Fourth is Salzburg Pika. Pam has fifth, and the trailer, Starships Alicia. Wow, what a lead in here for Rock and Roll Cage. No way they're going to catch her today. Second, that's Mrs. Dragonfire on the outside. Third, Royals Alley. 3/4 Wow, she went 27 and change in the third quarter, and she has absolutely destroyed her rivals today. Rock and Roll Cage, and a going away winner for David Dowling. It is tight on the line for the Deuce. We have 4 of them across the track in a place picture, but it's the Rock and Roll Cage show in the 7th. Check this one out. $5,000 claimers stop the clock in 1:53.4. Wow!
Wow, folks, the track record is in jeopardy today. That track is lightning fast. Here comes the slow-mo replay for the afternoon 7th race, brought to you by Universal Media. Rock and Roll K's and David Dowling go straight down the road, 28-4, 57-3, 125, and they still had a 28-4 last quarter in them to win here today in 153-4. That is a new race win record for her, and she gets the monkey off her back for 2025 in style. First win of the season. David Dowling in the bike. Great shot by Universal Media. The close-up of Rock and Roll K's with Dowling in the bike. In for second on the line. That is the 6. Salzbrook Pika with the 4. Roy Azali in there for third. 5-6-4 Ice Gold. Here in the 7th, we're going to see Rock and Roll K's and David Dowling in the Woodmere Standard Breds winner circle next.
Anybody could have had her today for $7,000. This is a trip of a lifetime for a $5,000 claiming pacer at Summerside, and that trip belongs to Rock and Roll K's here in the 7th. Bay Pacing Mare 5 by Tobago K's off the Camluck Dam Time Extra. Owned by Albert Hickox of South Freetown, bred by Blaine Tebow of Kensington. David Dowling trains and drives her to a new race win record and a monster mile of 153-4. Rock and Roll K's in a romp in the 7th.
The management and staff at Red Shores want your experience to be fun and entertaining. That is why we offer information on how our games work, tips to keep your gambling fun, and available community resources. For more information, please speak to one of our PlayWise advisors or stop by the PlayWise Information Center.
Here's the official results in race 7. Mrs. Dragonfire 4th. Starship's Alicia 6th. Pam was 5th. Royale's Alley finished 3rd. Rock and Roll Cage, the race winner. Salzbrook Pika finished 2nd. Fractions were 28-4. 57-3. 125. The mile 153-4. In review, 465-312. Rock and Roll Cage, 370 to win. Exactor 930, Triactor 2340, and the Superfecta 557.
I want to give a shout out this afternoon to John Subert and Al Kirchine. They used to watch the races in the Cardigan Bay Room at Freehold Raceway, and we have Al with us here this afternoon visiting all the way from New Jersey. So shout out to you guys right here from Red Shores. Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore Summerside on a Sunday afternoon. Governor's Plate elimination number 1 is coming up in the next race. Let's talk about the Home Hardware Maritime Breeders 2025. Stake will take place at Red Shore, Charlottetown. 2- and 3-year-old trotters will compete on Thursday, October 23rd, followed by the 2- and 3-year-old pacing colts and fillies on Saturday, October 25th. Thank you to sponsors Metro Home Building Center, High Tide Home Hardware Building Centers, and the Maritime Breeders Association. And we'll have a look at the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam and see the selections for the upcoming 8th race, Governor's Plate elimination number 1, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge, a purse of $9,000. I'm going with the 5, B2B, and Jason Hughes in here over the 3, Twin B Tough Enough, defending Governor's Plate champion. And for third, the 1, Island Beach Boy and Adam Erner. So I'm going 5-3-1 in here. Backstretch beat. That's Nick Oakes going 3-5-1, and the classifiers choices 3-5-6 in the 8th race in 6 minutes.
First elimination of the Governor's Plate presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge on parade. Island Beach Boy 1 owned by Ian Smith of Stratford and Arnold Hagan of Bible Hill, Nova Scotia. Adam Murner trains and drives. 2 Middleton Terror owned by Kingsley Walsh of Albany and Frank Balcom of Amherst, Nova Scotia, trained and driven by David Dowling. Twin B Tough Enough 3, the defending champ, owned by Patrick Morris, Charlottetown, trained by Ron Matheson, Jill Barrio. For Tony Too Tall, owned by Perry Burke of Grosjean, Quebec, trained by Trevor Hicken, Miles Heffernan. 5B2B, owned by Donald McRae and Blair McLaughlin, trained by Ashley Gamester, driven by Jason Hughes. 6 is the track record holder, Roll'em, owned by Savage Stable, Brent Campbell and Ryan McLeod, trained by Landon Campbell and driven by Mark Campbell. 7 Little Leroy, owned by Joe Baxter, Marion Stewart, Brian Ramsey, and the BMD Memorial Stable, trained by Joe Baxter, Kenny Murphy. 8 Salisbury Ian, owned by Red Oak Stable of Charlottetown, trained by Jamie Smith, Corey McPherson. 2 minutes to post time. Rocky and Lee pick up the field next.
Let's head out to the track for the afternoon's 8th race. Governor's Plate Elimination number 1, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge, $9,000 purse. I'm landing on the 5 on your screen right now. B2B, 8-year-old bay horse by Sunshine Beach for Donald McRae and Blair McLaughlin. Ashley Gamester is the trainer and Jason Hughes in the driver's seat. Started at Truro on July the 4th in the Exhibition Cup, left from 4 and finished 3rd. Race time 1:52.1 with a closing quarter of 27.4. The eye catcher for me is the June 21st start at Charlottetown in the preferred. Left on the rail, finished 2nd, just beat a length in 1:51 flat. His mile closed it out 27.3. He's got 5 wins on the season, including a 1:52.1 season's best at Charlottetown on June the 12th from post 5. Winner by a nose, 27 flat on the end of it. B2B leaves 5 today with Jason Hughes. Right now, 2-1. And there we see the 2024 defending champion, Twin B Tough Enough. He's a 10-year-old brown horse by Rock and Roll Heaven for Patrick Morris of Charlottetown. Ronnie Matheson trains. Gilles Barriot in the driver's seat. Started at Truro in the Exhibition Cup on July the 4th. Left from 3. Finished 2nd. Race time 1:51.3. Closing it out in 28.1. Gilles Barriot was in the bike. 2 wins this season. 1:54 flat, season's best at Charlottetown on May the 17th with a closing quarter of 28 flat for Gilles Barriot. Twin B Tough Enough leaves 3 today with Gilles Barriot aboard. Your current choice at 7-5. And there's a look at the rail sitter in here. Could lay down all the fractions. He can leave like a freight train. Island Beach Boy, 7-year-old bay gelding by Some Beach Somewhere for Ian Smith of Stratford and Arnold Hagan of Bible Hill, Nova Scotia. Adam Murner is the trainer and driver. Started at Charlottetown June 28th. Left from 3 and finished 4th. Race time 1:53 flat. Look at that line, 3 down at Charlottetown June 14th. Left from 2, finished 2. Race time 1:51.4 with a closing quarter of 28.2. Jason Hughes was in the bike for Island Beach Boy on the rail with Adam Murner. Good odds, 10-1. Let's have a quick look at the odds board in Governor's Plate Elimination number 1, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge with Island Beach Boy at 10-1 on the rail. Now 7-1 with Adam Murner. Middleton Terror 2 and David Dowling at 15-1. Twin B Tough Enough, Gilles Barriot at even money. Tony Tootal is 4 and Miles Heffernan Sr. at 15-1. B2B Jason Hughes from 5 at 3-1. Rollum 6 and Mark Campbell are defending track record holder here today. 7-1. The 7 Little Leroy, the local favorite in here. Kenny Murphy aboard at 6-1, and the 8 Salzbrook Ian, Corey McPherson. If there's some hot fractions up front, look out for him. Could be there on the end of it right now, 10-1. That's your field. Good luck with your selections. Countdown clock is in for the afternoon's 8th race. Governor's Plate Elimination number 1, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge for $9,000. Let's go upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Island Beach Boy, Middleton Terror, Twin B Tough Enough. Tony Tootal, B2B, Rollum. Little Leroy, Salzbrook Ian, outside. 8 of them on the gate. It's the 8th race. Top of the stretch. Approaching a start. Rough and pacing. The inside trio leave out. The rest of them had nothing to do with this start. Middleton Terror going after the lead. Twin B Tough Enough on the outside second. Away third. That's Island Beach Boy. Tony Tootal's in 4th. B2B goes 5th. Then it's Rollum 6th. Little Leroy 7th. And the trailer, that is Salzbrook Ian. Up the backstretch they go to defending champ. Twin B Tough Enough on the engine for Gilles Barriot. Tucked away in the 2-hole.
Middleton Terror, then racing from third. Island Beach Boy, fourth at the rail. That is Tony Too Tall. They trip the quarter. 27-2. Straight alignment around the paddock turn. On the front end, that is Twin B Tough Enough, carving out the fractions. Second, Middleton Terror, continuing third. Island Beach Boy. Tony Too Tall fourth. B2B fifth. Roll'em goes sixth with Little Leroy seventh. And the trailer, that is Salisbury, and they're halfway home in elim number one, led by Twin B Tough Enough in 56 seconds flat. Middleton Terror tracking second. Third around the turn is Island Beach Boy. Off stride, Island Beach Boy jumped it off. Racing into third is Tony Too Tall. B2B sent out fourth. Roll'em's getting the three wide treatment now fifth. Little Leroy sixth. Then Salisbury and now the trailer. Island Beach Boy, 3/4 in the books. Twin B Tough Enough got them there in 1:24.2 with an eighth of a mile left to go. Twin B Tough Enough trying to take them all the way. Middleton Terror second. B2B third. Roll'em is way wide fourth. They're in deep. Stretch now on the wire next. Twin B Tough Enough and Barrio in elimination one. Middleton Terror second. Might have been Tony Too Tall third. We'll be looking at pictures. Time for the mile in 1:53.1.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for the afternoon's 8th race. Governor's Plate elimination number one, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. Twin B Tough Enough and Jill Barrio right down the road. 27-2, 56 seconds, 1:24.2. Here's the stretch drive. Four of them trying to get in the final. Twin B Tough Enough has punched his ticket. Middleton Terror has punched his ticket. In for third. Has it shown yet on the board? It is the 4, Tony Too Tall in there for third with the 6, Roll'em for fourth. So we got 3, 2, 4, 6 unofficially. They're all going to the final on Saturday afternoon. Let's see Twin B Tough Enough and Jill Barrio in the Woodmere Standard Bridge winner circle next.
He's going to get a shot to defend his Governor's Plate title. Here's the elimination number one winner, Twin B Tough Enough, to the Woodmere Standardbred Winners Circle. Pacing Brown Stallion 10 by Rock and Roll Heaven off of the Dragon Again Dam in the pink. Owned by Patrick Moores of Charlottetown, bred by William Joseph Donovan from Florida. Trained by Ronnie Matheson and the Maritime Magic Man Jill Barrio will guide him to victory. 1:53.1. Twin B Tough Enough in Governor's Plate elimination number one, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge with the Winner's Circle cooler presentation. Here's the official results now in race 8. Island Beach Boy was 8th. Middleton Terror 2nd. Twinbee Tough Enough, the race winner. Tony Too Tall finished 3rd. B2B was 5th. Rollum finished 4th. Little Leroy was 7th. Salisbrook Ian finished 6th. They went 27-2. 56, 124-2, and the mile 153-1. In review, it's 8-2-1, 3-5-4, 7-6. Twinbee Tough Enough, $4 to win. Exactor, $22. Triactor, $347.50. Superfecta carryover of over $642.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Red Shore, Summerside on a Sunday afternoon. Elimination number 1 for the Governor's Plate in the books. Twinbee Tough Enough, Middleton Terror, Tony Too Tall, and Rollum. They're all going to the final on Saturday here at Red Shore, Summerside. Now let's talk about the 2025 Birthplace of Confederation Series. It's sponsored by the City of Charlottetown. It returns to Red Shores for the 2025 racing season. This year, the series is named in honor of Harris Johnson and will take place during Gold Cup week. The eliminations are scheduled for August the 9th, followed by the consolation and final on Saturday, August the 16th, Gold Cup and Saucer Day. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 9th race. We have an equipment change on number 5, Almanac, Ed's Appelling Pacifier. I like the 4-2-5 in here. Backstretch speed going 4-2-3. Classifier's choice is 2-4-5 in today's 9th race in 5 minutes.
Ninth race on parade. Max Patrick won, owned and trained by Alan Gregory of Charlottetown. Miles Heffernan drives. 2 Hamac Exclusive, owned by Leith and Leslie Wade and Jimmy Gorman, trained by Leslie Wade, Corey McPherson up. 3 Braxton's Boy, owned by Rick Armstrong and Mark Allen of Summerside. Rick does the training, driven by Kenny Murphy. 4 Sharky is owned and trained by Jack McGurk of Kensington, Mark Campbell. 5 is Almanac, owned by Ryan McLaughlin of Cornwall, trained by Jennifer Doyle, Jason Hughes. 4 minutes to post time. The Atlantic Classic sale is scheduled for Friday, October 10th at the Crampo Exhibition Grounds with an 11:30 a.m. start time. Ladies and gentlemen, time to check your 50-50 draw tickets today. Valued at $890. The winning number 197377. The afternoon's 50-50 winning number for $890, 197377. And the second chance draw using the same 50-50 ticket is for a jacket. Compliments of Stephen Arsenault Insurance, 198887. 198887 for the jacket. Good luck.
Let's head out to the track for the afternoon's fourth race. Exactor, 20-cent Superfecta, Triactor. It is the start of the guaranteed late 20-cent pick 4. Win in place wagering, no show wagering in here. Landing on the 4, Sharky, 5-year-old brown gelding by He's Watching. For Jack McGurk of Kensington, shout out to Jack. He's recuperating in the hospital. Last start was here July the 8th from post 3, finished 4th. Race time 1:56 flat, closed it out 28 seconds flat for Taylor Doyle. If you look down the program to June the 17th here, left from 4 was a winner in 1:56 and 3, 29 and 1 on the end of it. And 2 starts ago, July the 1st, left on the rail, finished 3rd. Race time 1:54 and 3, 28 and 1 on the end of it for Corey McPherson. Mark Campbell, he's hot today. He's got 4 wins, 6 in Truro on Friday night. Sharky from post 4 at even money. There's a look at the 2. Halmac exclusive, 4-year-old bay gelding by Source of Pride for Leith and Leslie Waite and Jimmy Gorman. Les Waite, the trainer, Corey McPherson in the bike. Started up here on July the 8th from post 4 and finished 4th. 1:56 and 3, 28 and 4 on the end of it for Paul Angel. July the 1st here, left on the rail, finished 2nd. Race time 1:54 and 4 with a closing quarter of 28 and 3. That's Halmac exclusive from post 2 and Corey McPherson, 9-5. Getting a look now at the 5, Almanac. Ed's a Pelling pacifier today. He's a 7-year-old by A Rock and Roll Dance for Ryan McLaughlin of Cornwall. Jennifer Doyle is the trainer. Jason Hughes will do the driving. Last start at Charlottetown, July the 5th. Made a break and pulled up. Did not finish. We'll throw that start out. A look down to the program to the start of Charlottetown, June the 7th. Left from 6 was a winner in 1:54 and 4 with a closing quarter of 29 seconds flat. You look down to that start, 2 starts before that, May 24th at Charlottetown, left from 3, winner by 10 in 1:54 flat. That's the season's best. Closed it out 28 and 1 for David Dowling. Leaves 5 today in a short field. Almanac with Jason Hughes, 7-2. Countdown clock is in for the afternoon's 9th race. A field of 5 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go upstairs to Vance Cameron.
Max Patrick, how Mac exclusive, Braxton's Boy. Sharky and Almanac. Top of the stretch. Here they come. Ralphin pacing, Halmack exclusive leaving out. Max Patrick at the rail. Joining them is Sharky into the turn to get away fourth. That is Braxton's Boy, and the trailer is Almanac. They arrive at the opening 8. Here comes Sharky from Mark Campbell on the outside to take over the lead. Second, that'll be Halmack exclusive. Then third is Max Patrick. Racing from fourth in the early going is Braxton's Boy. Trailing the field is Almanac. As they move past the opening quarter mile, that is Sharky on the front end with Mark Campbell. They arrived at the opening quarter mile with the lead in 28-3. Second is Halmack exclusive. Then third around the turn, Max Patrick. Braxton's Boy fourth. Almanac the trailer fifth. Down the stretch they come, approaching the midway point, and Sharky the leader, and he'll get him halfway home. Halmack exclusive is second. From the outside, here's Almanac rushing up now third. Fourth on the cones is Max Patrick on the outside fifth. Braxton's Boy 58-1 was the half mile. They arrive at the 5/8 and Sharky gets him there. From the outside, Almanac is second. Third up the rail, Halmack exclusive. Braxton's Boy is picked up fourth on the outside, trailing the field, but he's not out of it. That is Max Patrick. They arrive at 3/4. Sharky continuing to lead. Hanging on the outside is Almanac. Up the rail third, Halmack exclusive. Racing fourth is Max Patrick. 1:26-3 was the 3/4. Eighth of a mile out. Sharky is bringing them on home. Halmack exclusive is second. Max Patrick up the rail third. They're in deep. Stretch now, and Mark Campbell has won again. It's number 5 on the day. Sharky takes them all the way. Halmack exclusive second. Max Patrick will finish third, but it's Sharky going coast to coast. 1:54.4.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for the afternoon's 9th race. Mark Campbell, count him, 5 wins this afternoon. Right down the road with Sharky, 28-3, 58-1, 126-3, and he's home and cooled a winner here today in 154-4, season's best, second win of the season, 15th career. Congratulations to Jacko on the win today, and Mark Campbell, of course, the driver. In for second is the 2 Halmack exclusive, Max Patrick in there for third. It is 4-2-1 unofficially here in the 9th. We're going to see Sharky and Mark Campbell in the Woodmere Standard Bridge winner circle next.
Jack McGuirk's watching online today, and he has watched his horse Sharkey go all the way today to give Mark Campbell his 5th win on the program. Could the Basil Whalen be over already? I don't think so, but Mark's having an excellent Sunday afternoon, the opening day of Governor's Plate Week. Sharkey in the Woodmere Standardbreds Winners Circle, facing Brown Gelding 5, but he's watching. Off the Art Major Dam, Rub and Tug. Owned and trained by Jack McGurk of Kensington, bred by David Brown and Jim Elberg. Mark Campbell guides him to victory in 154-4. Sharkey and the 5th Mark Campbell win of the day here in the 9th. Here's the official results from the 9th. Max Patrick was 3rd. Hamac Exclusive 2nd. Braxton's Boy 5th. Sharkey the race winner. Almanac finished 4th. They went 28-3, 58-1. 126-3. And the mile in 154-4. In review, 325-14. Sharkey paid $350 to win. The exactor was $380. The triactor $22.20. Superfecta $466.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Redshore Summerside on a Sunday afternoon. Let's talk about the player portal, which was introduced a couple of years ago here at Red Shores. Red Shores Racing is proud to present the player portal. This page has everything you need as a player in one location: race programs, top picks, additional chart lines, race replays, driver and trainer stats, winning post positions, and more. Visit the player portal at Redshores.ca/racing. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 10th race. It is the Ruby Chapel Memorial Open Mares Elimination number 2 for $7,000. I like 153 in here. Backstretch beat going 1-2-3. Classifier's choices 1-2-5 in the 10th race. Atlantic Post calls Paddock Cam on there right now, and they are leaving the paddock.
Today's winner, the 50-50 for the money, was Troy Thompson of Amherst, Nova Scotia. Congratulations. Second elimination of the Ruby Chapel Memorial Open Mares on the 10th race parade. Rosetown Mary the one, owned by Rosetown Stable of Stratford, and Taylor McPherson of Cornwall. Corey McPherson trains and drives. Two Plain Jane, owned by Lee and Faith Gavin of Tignish, now trained by Chris McKay, Gilles Barrio. Elm Grove Mistress number 3, Jason Hughes driving for owner-trainer Jennifer Doyle, Vernon Bridge. Tobin's Brownie 4, owned by Brittany Watts and Sandra Weeks of Springvale. Adam Murner trains and drives. 5 is Redland Miss Pretty, owned by Brian McGregor, Rebecca Blaisdell, and Howard Anderson, trained by Kyle Williams, Paul Langell. Galway Girl number 6, owned by Kent McDonald, Bernard McDonald, and Jacinta Campbell, trained by Landon Campbell. Mark Campbell drives. 7 Going Yard, owned by Renison Racing of Truro, Nova Scotia, and Aidan Farish of Summerside, trained by George Renison. Today, Brady Sweet. Promise Me Later number 8, owned by Kingsley Walsh, Frank Balcom, and Sam Walsh. David Dowling trains and drives. 4 minutes. 2 post time. Rocky, once again, you and I are coming up with our selections here in the second elimination of the Ruby Chapel Memorial Open Mares, and we thank Results Marketing and Advertising for their presentation of the Vance Cam. In the 10th, I'm on to the rail. Rosetown Mary, excellent starting position. Right now, the heavy favorite at 1-5 on the tote board. Going to take a shot at 2 Plain Jane for Barry Owen, new trainer Chris McKay. I like her for the deuce. I'll use the 4 Tobin's Brownie in the triactor. And for superfecta players, 5 Redland Miss Pretty put in the trip of a lifetime her last time around. I've got her in for 4th. 1, 2, 4, 5 from the booth. Rocky, down to you and your choices.
Well, I agree with the one for sure. Rosetown Mary leaving on the rail with Corey McPherson, a big winner the last 2 starts, 154-4 and 155-1. That jumps off the page to me. For second, the 5 Redland Miss Pretty, great effort here Tuesday night, wire to wire, 154-4 winner, new record. And for third, throw in the 3 Elm Grove Mistress, Jason Hughes, reunited, and he gets along good with her, probably be on the front end or close to it here this afternoon. So I'm going 1-5-3. And throw in the 5, I guess. Sorry, throw in the 4, Tobin's Brownie for my superfecta. So I like 1-5-3-4 here in the 10th. Ruby Chapel Memorial Open Mares elimination number 2. 3 minutes to post. Let's have a look at the odds board with less than 2 minutes to go here for the 10th race. Ruby Chapel Memorial elimination number 2, Rosetown Mary and Corey McPherson. Your current choice at 3-5, Plain Jane 2, Gilles Barrio at 7-1, the 3 Elm Grove Mistress and Jason Hughes at 7-1. Tobin's Brownie 4 with Adam Murner at 9-2. Redland Miss Pretty is 5 and Paul Angel at 6-1. Galway Girl 6 and Mark Campbell at 9-1. Going Yard 7 with Brady Sweet at 28-1 on your screen right now. And the 8 Promise Me Later with David Dowling at 22-1. That's the look at the field for the afternoon's 10th race. Good class of mares here in Ruby Chapel Memorial. Elimination number 2. Good luck with your selections. Countdown clock is in for this afternoon's 10th race. It's the Ruby Chapel Memorial Open Mares Elimination number 2 for $7,000. Field of 8 lining up in behind the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Here's Vance Cameron.
Rosetown Mary, Plain Jane, Elm Grove Mistress, Tobin's Brownie, Redland Miss Pretty, Galway Girl, Going Yard, Promise Me Later. Top of the stretch. Ready for a start. Rough and pacing Plain Jane is firing out on the rail. That is Rosetown Mary joining them on the outside. That's Galway Girl towards the rail. Elm Grove Mistress to get away fourth. The fifth one, Tobin's Brownie. Redland Miss Pretty sixth. Seventh, Going Yard. The trailer, Promise Me Later. The quarter pole bound. Plain Jane out in front for Gilberry. Oh, second at the rail, Rosetown Mary. Galway Girl in a whole heap of trouble. No friends in here today. Parked out in third. Closed up fourth is Elm Grove Mistress. 27-4 opening quarter. Then the fifth one around the turn is Tobin's Brownie. Redland Miss Pretty 6. Seventh is Going Yard. Promise Me Later trails. Down the stretch they come. Approaching the opening half mile. Plain Jane the leader. Rosetown Mary the two-hole ride. Outside all the way Galway Girl. Elm Grove Mistress on the rail fourth. Moving up fifth is Redland Miss Pretty. Tobin's Brownie 6. Going Yard 7th. On the outside 8. Promise Me Later 56 and 2 was the half. Arriving at the 5/8, it's Plain Jane the leader. Galway Girl just won't go away here. On the outside second and pressing the leader. Third at the rail, Rosetown Mary. Fourth on the outside, Redland Miss Pretty. Racing fifth is Elm Grove Mistress. On the outside from 6, Promise Me Later. Back to 7, Tobin's Brownie. Going Yard is 8, the 3/4 in 1, 25 and 1, and they're homeward bound. Plain Jane is still there. Rosetown Mary along the rail. Third, Galway Girl. Redland Miss Pretty up the inside in the passing lane. Here's Rosetown Mary to win. Tight for the deuce, Tobin's Brownie from out of the clouds, and Elm Grove Mistress with her in a place picture. 154 Bullet.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for this afternoon's 10th race. Ruby Chapel Memorial Open Mares Elimination number 2. Plain Jane goes to the front, 27-4, 56-2, 125-1. Here's the stretch drive. I love the confidence of Corey McPherson when he put this mare in the passing lane. He knows he's going by them all and just sitting here shaking the lines. On the line first, Rosetown Mary, new record, 154 flat. What a mile here this afternoon. Great shot by Universal Media. Photo for second and third here. On the line now, though, posted Tobin's Brownie in there for second with Elm Grove Mistress third. 1-4-3 unofficially in the afternoon's 10th race. We're going to see Rosetown Mary and Corey McPherson in the Woodmere Standard Bridge winner circle next.
At only 5 years old, this mare has had quite a career already here on the East Coast, and she'll go to the Woodmere Standardbreds Winners Circle here in Ruby Chapel, limb number 2. That's Rosetown Mary. Bay pacing mare 5 by Pang Shui off the Modern Art Dam, Brody's Leona. Home of the Rosetown Stable of Stratford and Taylor McPherson of Cornwall. Bred by Carrie and Emily Taylor and Lisa Richards. Corey McPherson training and driving. And guiding her to a new pacing record today of 154. Rosetown Mary in the second elimination of the Ruby Chapel Memorial Open Mares. Now the official results in race 10, Rosetown Mary the winner, Plain Jane 4th, Elm Grove Mistress 3rd, Tobin's Brownie 2nd, Redland Miss Pretty 5th, Galway Girl finished 6th, Going Yard was 7th, Promise Me Later finished 8th, they went 27 and 4, 56 and 2, 125 and 1, and the mile 154. In review 143. 256 78. Rosetown Mary 270. The Exactor 720, Triactor 2740, and the Superfecta 707.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Redshore Summerside on a Sunday afternoon. Let's talk about the Wilbur and Pauline McDonald Memorial. McDonald family is pleased to present the Wilbur and Pauline McDonald Memorial in memory of their parents. It's scheduled for Saturday, August the 2nd at Redshore, Charlottetown. Following the race, the McDonald family will present a cooler and trophy to the winning horse and owner. Now let's have a look at the Atlantic Post Calls paddock cam for the 11th race. And we'll slide the selections into the screen here. I'm going to go with a 6-3-7. Backstretch beat legs 3-7-4. And the classifier's choices 7-6-3 in today's 11th race. Field of 7 in 8 minutes. There's a very tight place photo from the afternoon's 10th race. You're seeing the 4, Tobin's Brownie, just nipping Elm Grove Mistress on the line. That is a great photo by the Atlantic Provinces Harness Racing Commission.
Mac Hanover on the 11th race parade, owned and trained by Andrew Williams of Richmond. Adam Murner drives. Dylan Sam 2, owned by Alan Gregory of Charlottetown and Tyson McDonald of Hazelbrook. Alan is the trainer, driven by Miles Heffernan. Spectrum Sealster 3, owned by Max Webster Stable of Inverness, Nova Scotia, trained by Jennifer Doyle, Jason Hughes. Starship Zodiac 4, owned by Robbie Williams of Poplar Grove and Reese Williams of Ellerslie. Robbie does the training, driven by Brent LeBlanc. Crosscut is 5, owned by Mitchell Ellsworth of St. Louis, trained by Jay Noy. Zach Noy driving. Nolan's Magic Sway, number 6, owned by Dale and Ronnie Rennie and Melissa Rennie. Paul Angel trains and drives. 7, Melody Maker, Ryan DeRoche in the driver's seat for owner-trainer Greg McGinnis of Tyne Valley. 3 minutes, 2 post time. The Red Shores Super High 5 is coming up in race number 12.
Let's head her out to the track for the afternoon's 11th race. It is the start of the late daily double. Exactor, 20-cent superfecta, triactor, win, place, and show wagering. Landing on the 6, Nolan's Magic Shui. 6-year-old Pang Shui for Dale and Ronnie Rennie Incorporated and Melissa Rennie. Paul Angel is the trainer and the driver. Started at Charlottetown June 28th, left on the rail and wired the field. 157-1, closed it out in 28-3. That was his third start of 2025, made it his 11th win. Nolan's Magic Shui leaves 6 today with Paul Angel. Paul Angel looking for win number 2 today. Right now they're 3-1. There's a look at the 3, Spectrum Sealster, 9-year-old bay gelding by Mach 3 from Max Webster Stable of Inverness, Nova Scotia. Jennifer Doyle trains with Jason Hughes in the driver's seat. Started at Charlottetown July 5th, left from post 7, finished 6th. Race time 156 flat, 28-2 on the end of it. David Dowling was in the bike. June the 28th at Charlottetown, left from 3 and finished 3, just beat a length and a half. Race time 155 flat, and he closed it out in 27-2. Still looking for that first win of 2025. Could be today. Spectrum Sealster with Jason Hughes. 6-5, your current choice on the board. And there's a look at the 7, Melody Maker, 7-year-old bay gelding by He's Watching for Greg McGinnis of Tyne Valley, who's also the trainer. Ryan DeRoche in the driver's seat. Started here July 8th from post 4, finished 5th, 156-2, 30-1 on the end of it. July the 1st here, left on the rail, was a wire-to-wire winner by 4 lengths in 155 flat, 28-4 on the end of it. 15 lifetime wins from 52 tries. And he took a record 2 years ago of 153-4 right here. He could be on the move early today. If he power drives this horse, he could get it all. Melody Maker from 7 with Ryan DeRoche at 8-1. Let's have a quick look at the odds board for today's 11th race with Mac Hanover on your screen right now with Adam Erner at 3-1. Dylan Sam 2 for Miles Heffernan Sr. at 13-1. Spectrum Sealster is the 3 with Jason Hughes, your current choice at 3-5. Starship Zodiac 4 with Brett LeBlanc at 9-1. Crosscut leaves 5 for Zach Noy at 21-1. Nolan's Magic Shui is 6 and Paul Angel at 5-1. And the 7 Melody Maker with Ryan Darash at 7-1. That is the field for the afternoon's 11th race. We're getting closer to Governor's Plate elimination number 2 comes up in the next race. Good luck with your selections. Countdown clock is in for the afternoon's 11th race with a field of 7 lining up in behind that Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Let's go back upstairs to track announcer Vance Cameron.
Mac Hanover, Dylan Sam, Spectrum Sealster, Starship Zodiac, Crosscut, Nolan's Magic Way, and Melody Maker are at the top of the stretch. Approaching a start. There they go. Off and pacing. The inside trio are leaving out. That's Mac Hanover, Dylan Sam, and Spectrum Sealster. 1, 2, 3 into the turn. Starship Zodiac away 4th. Crosscut is 5th. The 6-1, Nolan's Magic Way. Then the trailer Melody Maker, programmed start early, but about to change that up is Spectrum Sealster, and the Blue Knight U's are sailing here right on to the lead. Spectrum Sealster takes over. Mac Hanover gives way for the 2-hole ride. Dylan Sam is 3rd. Starship Zodiac 4th. Crosscut in 5th. Nolan's Magic Sway is 6th, followed by the trailer Melody Maker 28 and 3. The opening quarter mile. They swing off the paddock turn. They straighten down the stretch. On the lead, that Spectrum Sealster, the heavy favorite, will get him halfway home. Racing from 2nd is Mac Hanover, then 3rd is Dylan Sam. Starship Zodiac, he's edging to the outside 4th. Racing 5th and moving out is Crosscut. Up the rail goes Nolan's Magic Way. Trailing 7th, Melody Maker, 58 and 1 was the halfway home time with 3/8 of a mile left to go. Spectrum Sealster leading to the backstretch. 2nd is Mac Hanover, Dylan Sam 3rd. Starship Zodiac moving 4th on the outside. Up the rail went Nolan's Magic Way, and he goes wide now in 5th. Up the inside in 6th, that is Melody Maker. Crosscut moved out and lost 2 spots. He's the trailer. 3/4 in 1:27 and 3. Opening by 2 with an 8th left to go. Spectrum Sealster turning home. In at the rail, Mac Hanover is 2nd between horses. Starship Zodiac coming on the outside. Nolan's Magic Way. Spectrum Sealster on the wire next. It's Spectrum Sealster and the Blue Knight U's. 2nd, that'll go to Starship Zodiac. We have 3 of them in a show picture. Time for the mile in 1:56.4.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for the afternoon's 11th race. Spectrum Sealster took over the lead going to the quarter in 28 and 3. The half up 58 and 1 down to 3/4 127 and 3. And here is the stretch drive. Spectrum Sealster and Jason Hughes on cruise control here today to get their first win of the season. 1:56 and 4 the mile. Good trip here this afternoon on a hot afternoon. Starship Zodiac in there for 2nd. Up for 3, that is the 6. Nolan's Magic Sway, 3-4-6 unofficially. In the 11th, we're going to see Spectrum Sealster and Jason Hughes in the Woodmere Standardbridge Winter Circle next.
There's a look at Spectrum Sealster going to the 11th race winner's circle. Bay Pacing Gelding 9, the son of Mach 3, is off the Western Ideal Dam, stealing the kisses. Owned by Max Webster's stable of Inverness, Nova Scotia, bred by Sealster Farms of Lucan, Ontario. Trained by Jennifer Doyle, and the Blue Knight Jason Hughes will drive him to victory today in 156 and 4. Spectrum Sealster in the 11th. Now the official results in race 11, Mac Hanover 4th, Dylan Sam 6th, Spectrum Sealster the race winner. Starship Zodiac was 2nd, Crosscut finished 7th, Nolan's Magic Sway 3rd, Melody Maker was 5th, the fractions of 28 and 3, 58 and 1, 127 and 3, the mild in 156 and 4. In review, it's 461. 2735. Spectrum Sealster 250 to win. The Exactor 1250, Triactor 5260, Superfactor 2913. Governor's Plate elimination number 2 is next. 9 minutes.
Welcome back to Race Day Live here at Redshore, Summerside, Sunday afternoon. 11 races in the books. Governor's Plate elimination number 2, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge, is coming up next. Let's talk about the early and late Super High 5. Redshores Racing features an early and late Super High 5 as part of the 2025 wagering menu. The Super High 5 is offered on race 5 and the last race of the program with the low 15% takeout. Customers can play the Super High 5 at Redshore, Charlottetown, and Summerside. And we'll slide the selections into the screen for the upcoming 12th race. The Atlantic Post calls Paddock Cam. I'm going 287. Backstretch Beat likes 278. Classifier's choice is 287 in today's 12th race. The Governor's Plate elimination number 2 in 8 minutes.
12th race, Governor's Plate Elimination number 2, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. All bets on text. Number 1, owned by Kent Livingston, Blair McLaughlin, and Mark Gallant. Adam Murner does the training. Jason Hughes, Kent drives. 2, Save America, owned by the stable Save America from Guelph, Ontario, trained by Jamie Smith, Kenny Murphy. Like a Glove 3 is owned by Wayne Webby of Dartmouth, Nova Scotia. Mark Webby trains and drives. 4, Bounty Hunter, owned by Kevin Harvey of Halifax, Nova Scotia. Connor Keogh of Summerside. Kenny Arsenault trains and drives. Blood Money number 5, owned by Dr. Mitch Downey of St. John, New Brunswick, trained by Ron Matheson, Gilles Barrio. Marigo Magic 6, owned by Mike May, Herman McQuaid, Derek Cameron, and Ian Walker, trained and driven by Adam Murner. Mickey Shan, number 7, owned by Capsing Racing of New York. Stephen Klunowski, Earl Hill Jr., and Donald McRae. Chris McKay is the trainer. Mark Campbell driving. 8 is High Voltage Deo, owned by Albie Curran and the High Voltage Deo Group, trained by Brendan Curran. Corey McPherson drives at 4 minutes to post time. The top 4 move on to Plate 57, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge.
And there's a look at our Super High 5 tickets. You'll see I'm going with the 2, Save America, over the 8, High Voltage Deo. Then the 7, Mickey Shan, with the 6, Marigo Magic, and the 5, Blood Money. Vance Cameron going 2, 7, 8, 1, 5. Get in on the Super High 5 here in the finale, the Governor's Plate Elimination number 2. It is presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge with a $9,000 purse. Let's have a quick look at the odds board in the afternoon's finale. Governor's Plate Elimination number 2, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. The top 4 move on to the final. They'll join Twinbee Tough Enough, Middleton Terror, Tony Tootal, and Rollum. All bets on text. Jason Hughes on the rail at 36-1. The 2, Save America with Kenny Murphy at even money. 3 is Like a Glove and Mark Webby at 79-1. The 4, Bounty Hunter and Kenny Arsenault, all 9s on the board. 5 is Blood Money and Gilles Barrio at 46-1. Marigo Magic is 6 and Adam Murner at 37-1. 7, Mickey Shan with Mark Campbell, your current choice, at 4-5. And 8 on the outside is High Voltage Dale with Corey McPherson at 4-1. That's a look at the field. Good looking field here in Governor's Plate Elimination number 2. Good luck with your selections. Countdown clock is in for the afternoon's 12th and final Governor's Plate elimination number 2, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge. They're moving up to the Metro Home Building Center starting gate. Vance, one of the best horses to grace this racetrack, is the 2, Save America, I believe. Up to you for the call.
I believe you're absolutely right, Mr. Skirvin. He's quite a pony. All bets on Tech. Save America, Like a Glove. Bounty Hunter, Blood Money. Marigo Magic, Mickey Shan. High Voltage, Dejo's on the grandstand side. Governor's Plate, elimination number 2. Super High 5. Post time. The rough end facing Save America, the first one out. All bets on Tex along the rail. Bounty Hunter, he's the third one as they make their way round the turn. Like a Glove's away fourth. Coming up fifth on the outside is Mickey Shan. Away in sixth, Blood Money. Marigo Magic seventh, and the trailer, that is High Voltage Dale. All bets on Tex at the rail. Right alongside, we've got a brouhaha in the Governor's Plate elimination. Wow! They're sitting up on by the opening quarter. Check this one out. It's the fastest all-time. 26 and 1. Boom! Just like that, Save American Kenny Murphy clear the lead. All bets on Tex. Wow, he made him pay the price. Way back third is Bounty Hunter. Mickey Shan on the outside fourth. Like a Glove fifth. Blood Money in sixth. High Voltage Day on the outside and up the rail. Marigo Magic, they were at the half in an incredible 54 seconds flat. Save America, the leader. Mickey Shan laying out here, going after him second. Third up the rail, all bets on Tex. Bounty Hunter is with them fourth. Marigo Magic fifth. Off stride, Save America has jumped it off by the 3/4. Mickey Shan and Campbell leading it late. 3/4 in 1. 23 and 1. An eighth of a mile out. Mickey Shan turning for home. Racing from second. Down the stretch, Bounty Hunter. High Voltage Dale third. It's Mark Campbell Day at Summerside. Mickey Shan in plate elimination 2. Campbell has 1-6. Bounty Hunter is going to the big dance with High Voltage Dale. It might have been Blood Money closing up fourth. And the time for the mile, 1:51.4.
Here comes a slow-mo replay brought to you by Universal Media for the afternoon's 12th final finale, Governor's Plate elimination number 2. There was a brouhaha, as Vance said. Save America, all bets on Tex. They battled 26-1. Save America cleared to the front, the half 54. Down to 3/4, 1:23 and 1. That's when Save America went off stride. And Mickey Shan took over here and is the winner of Governor's Plate elimination number 2 in 1:51 and 4. Great trip. Mark Campbell is hot today. He's got 6 wins here. 6 wins Friday night in Truro. Up for second is the 4 Bounty Hunter. High Voltage Deo in there for third. And it looked like possibly Blood Money in there for fourth. Yes, he was. So it's 7-4-8-5 unofficially in the finale. We're going to see Mickey Shan and Mark Campbell in the Woodmere Standard Bridge Winner's Circle next.
Well, what an afternoon Mark Campbell has had here in historic Summerside. He'll go to the winner's circle for the 6th time on this Sunday afternoon. He'll take Mickey Shan there as they win the 2nd elimination of the Governor's Plate. Mickey Shan, Bay Pacing Stallion 6 by Always Be Mickey. Off the Dream Away Dam, Yankee Dream, owned by Cap Sing Racing of New York, Stephen Klonowski, Earl Hill Jr. of Ontario, and Donald McRae of PEI. Chris McKay does the training. Mark Campbell guided him to victory today in 151-4. Mickey Shan in Governor's Plate elimination number 2, presented by Summerside Chrysler Dodge with the winner's circle presentation. Now, the official results in the 12th, all bets on text 5th. Save America did not finish. Like a Glove was 7th. Bounty Hunter 2nd. Blood Money 4th. Marigo Magic was 6th. Mickey Shan, the race winner. High Voltage Deo finished 3rd. They went 26-1. 54. 123-1. And the Mild in 151-4. In review, it's 5 did not finish, 7. 2, 4, 6, 1, 3. Mickey Shan paid $880 to win. The Exactor $600, $1890. The Triactor $1,400, $2540. The Late Daily Double $1560. Super High 5 now posted. That's going to conclude this Sunday afternoon and the start of Governor's Plate Week here in Summerside. The afternoon's par mutual handle went $89,256. Ladies and gentlemen, from up top of the Summerside Raceway, thanking you for joining us, this is Vance Cameron, bidding you a safe journey home.